Hey, what's up, everybody? And welcome back. Today we are live. We are giving away our sunglasses by Inferno USA. Thank you, everybody. I said when I hit 500 subscribers, I'm going to be giving these sunglasses away. Well, now we're well over 500. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I really, really do. We've had 2 late entries into tonight's giveaway. That's okay. They're entered. As of right now, let me take a look here real quick. No more entering. What's up, Cruising CT? Welcome. PA Biker 65 in the house. Welcome. I know you're working. I know you're listening in the background. Same thing with my buddy Rob Alex. Welcome. So we're going to talk about a few things tonight. One is why everybody's here, I think, is for the giveaway of the sunglasses. 2, hey, Gremlin, what's up, man? We're going to talk about my lowrider S that's in the background back here. Everybody's been asking to see it, so there it is. 3, we're going to talk about, or request to talk about cams. Hey, Rob, welcome, my brother. And then I'm going to open this up as an open mic night to anybody who wants to jump on in. So, oh boy, who's ready? Is everybody here ready for this drawing? I know I am. You know, one of my favorite things to do on YouTube is to give stuff away to our community. And I'm excited about doing this. I can't wait. I'm sure you guys can't wait to find out if you won or not. So let's, without any further ado, let's bring this up. This is the wheelofnames.com. As you can see, I got everybody's names in there. There are 38 entries. So I am going to get this rolling and spinning. And here we go. Best of luck, everybody. This randomly selects the winner. And our winner is Kirk McGowan. Kirk McGowan, congratulations. Please reach out to me to my email, which is robertchop@gmail.com. And then I could sit there and, mail this out to you. Let me change this ticker here. What do you guys think of that? I think that was pretty good. All right, save that, get across the ticker. There you go. The winner has been selected. And Kirk McGowan, again, if you could hear me. What's up, Moto Noggin? What's up, Droop? If you can hear me, again, send me an email with your address. My email is robertchop@gmail.com. You could find that under the About tab on my page. Congratulations to you. That's awesome. All right. So we're going to talk about my lowrider S. Everybody's been asking me about it. I'm going to get out of the way of the camera here so you can take a look at it. That's the bike that's getting the 131. Right now it's a 114 with a stage 2 in it. Hey, Roadie Riders, hello, welcome. And that's actually going to be going, we're going to be doing that live, whether it's going to be done up at Yankee Harley Davidson or here in the OR. What's going to depend on that is if Yankee's going to let me do a live stream, and that's all depending on the mechanic if he wants to be on video on YouTube and all that. So definitely that's going to happen, whether it's going to be here at Yankee or here in the OR or up at Yankee. Now, speaking of that, thank our sponsors, Yankee Harley Davidson and Cape Cod Harley. Thank you guys. You guys are awesome. I have a verbal commitment of a new sponsor that will be starting here in February. Mike T, welcome. OKC. Yeah. Mike T, what's up? And, we'll see how that goes. I do have another guest coming on, not tonight, maybe next week or the week after. It's going to be a surprise until I announce it, because I don't want to announce it without a firm commitment from that person. So it is another YouTuber. It's pretty huge. So, we're to get that going. Oklahoma in the OR. Right on, man. Right on. And so there you go. Now, PA Biker 65 Ultra is asking me about cams. So what we're going to do is I'm going to bring up a web page for him to look at for a cam that I think would look good on his bike. And that is the Woods 222 cam from Fuel Moto. It's a bolt-in cam. You won't have to change push rods or anything like that. But I would recommend that you do change your lifters, your inner cam bearings, your cam plate, and your oil pump, and add in a variable rate pressure plate to your clutch, because that would be your weak spot. PA Biker 65, I hope this is a help to you. Let me know if there's anything else you'd like to ask about doing a cam in your bike. You will need a tuner. I do recommend the DynoJet Power Vision tuner. I think they're one of the best. Okay. Next week, we're going to be talking about the 2023 launch. I know Harley has released some pictures on their website, and the dealerships have gotten the 2023s, but we're going to mainly dig into the CVOs and, what other anniversary bikes they're going to be releasing for 2023. And that's what's going to come up. So, that's all I got for now. What I'm going to do is I am going to share the link. If anybody wants to jump on, it's an open mic night. You're more than welcome to. So, Roadie Riders in the house. Ciro CT Rider, welcome. Anybody wants to jump in? I just put up the link. If you want to jump in and be part of the conversation, and you're more than welcome to. I'd love to have you. Let me get caught up over here. Sorry, guys. I've been a little distracted. Zam Biker, what's up, man? Roadie Riders. There's the link. If anybody wants to jump in, you're more than welcome to. So, yeah, I'm back in the OR. I've upgraded the internet out here, so we shouldn't have any more freezing issues. Last week, I was actually in the kitchen because of those freezing issues and internet connectivity issues I was having, and I did not want to continue running my live streams like that. So I worked hard. I got the internet upgraded out here in the OR, so now we can all get in there. All right, everybody. This is kind of different from last week. It's a little slower, which is fine. But of course, I had the man, the myth, the legend, Pro Monkey on. He's a good dude. I can't wait to hang out with him in Daytona. Oh, man. Just so everybody knows, I changed my schedule again. I added another stop to the 2023 rally tour that I'm doing. I'm calling it now. So rally tour. I'm going to be up at Americade on Hold on, let me get the exact date here because I don't want to. On June 2nd, I'm going to be in Americade. So, add to the other busy schedule I have. I'm going to be riding up there, spend the day, and ride back the same day because the next day I'm doing a poker run, which reminds me, guys, if you're in Connecticut or close to Connecticut and you want to do a poker run, there is a really good poker run going on the 3rd. I highly recommend you come. They serve breakfast, the poker run, and then lunch. And that is for a recovery house. And it's a very good organization. I went last year to the poker run. It was a lot of fun. It was a good ride. Some great people. Highly recommend everybody gets involved in that. So, hey, what's everybody drinking tonight? I got myself a Jack and Ginger from my Milwaukee HD Museum glass. Yep, Jack and Ginger. That's the way to go. Yes, Zero CT Rider, there is a flyer for the run. Let me look it up for you because I know it's on Facebook. Let me get that here, and I'll get that flyer up, and I'll share it out for you. All right, let me share this out. Okay, there is the poker run flyer. It's Journey Home Recovery Living. That's the exact name for it. So, yeah, definitely you want to go. I highly recommend you go. I'll definitely be there. I'll be there supporting the poker run. I did a video of it last year. It wasn't that great, but I will be doing another video for it as well. So that Friday, Saturday is going to be very, very busy for me. 2 early mornings in a row with a lot of riding. My old lady, Mel, she's coming. Yeah, honey, you're drinking the same thing I am. Range Jamaican Ginger and Jack. It's the best way to have it. So definitely, Zero CT Rider, come on out. If you want to, come out that day, we could ride together during the poker run. Let's do it, man. Let's get together. Let's do it. It's a good time. Okay, so you did see that that one. Okay, cool. I'm glad you're seeing it. I'm glad it's getting around because it really is a great event. My brother Mike and his wife Hannah run that event, and it's like I said, I get floored every time about it. So this is an open mic night, so anybody who wants to jump in, feel free to jump in. I put the link up for you. Love to have you. Come on and say hello. I know Bry the Biker's got his live tonight. I wish him luck with his live. I hope it does well. I'm sure it will. I mean, he's Bry. He's a good dude, and it's unfortunately that our lives conflict the same day and time of the week. I actually probably going to reach out to Bry and see if we could do a co-collaboration on a Wednesday night. He and I, hosting and sharing a live. I think that might work out well for both of us. He's a good dude. He's a good YouTuber. If you guys have not seen his videos yet, go on over to Bry the Biker. Same thing with Roadie Riders and Moto Noggin. Moto Noggin's got a big event coming up here and down in Daytona. I can't wait to see that. So, yeah. Does anybody got anything they want to talk about? You want to talk to Dr. Harley? It's Shop Talk with Dr. Harley. Come on in or type into the side chat. Let's get it going, everybody. We got 11 people on. Awesome. Welcome, everybody. Love to have you. Rody Riders adding to the stream. What's up, Rody?
Not much. Give me 1 second here. Get you silenced on YouTube. There we go.
Yeah. Hey.
Good evening, Doc. How are you?
I'm awesome. Hey, welcome to Shop Talk with Dr. Harley in the OR.
Well, congrats, Kirk, on your winning of your glasses there.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, that's awesome.
Yep. Very good. Very good.
Yeah.
Well, what's going on? What's happening?
Not really a lot happening tonight. My main focus for tonight was talk about, do the raffle, get that information out. Hopefully Kurt gets a hold of me, sends me his email address or his mailing address. I could get him out to the mail to him. And Cruising CT, yes, I will be in Laconia this year. It's looking like I'm going to be there on the 12th. And maybe the 13th. I don't know yet. So, yep, that's what it's looking like on the 12th and maybe the 13th. So, because I want to try and hit everything this year, and from the Raceway to Weirs Beach to Laconia Harley Davidson, of course, the Kangamangas Highway, and do some great riding out there because that's the best part of that whole rally is the riding.
How long are you going to be up there, Doc?
I'm probably going to be up there for 2 nights, 3 days.
3 days. I'm still working on what I'm doing up there. I am going up. So it's just a matter of when and what times.
Yep. Now, when I go to Gettysburg, I'm going to be there the 6th through the 9th.
So, I am committed to going to VAM. And that's the 13th, July 13th, to the 16th, I believe.
Okay.
So I didn't realize that Gettysburg was that close to that. So
yeah,
it's going to be it would be kind of tough for me to do both of those. That I didn't realize. I actually thought that it was afterwards. Gettysburg was after VAM, but nah, when I looked at it, I'm like, I think it's the beginning, the first week is Gettysburg of July.
Yep.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, and the week after, I'm going to be flying to Milwaukee.
Yeah. So how you going to Daytona? You riding your bike? You flying?
Oh, absolutely. Oh no, to Daytona, I'm going in a camper. I think it's like a 35, 40-foot camper. We're trailering the bikes down.
Okay.
We'll have our mobile hotel with us.
That's awesome.
Yeah,
you're gonna be near Monkey.
Actually, we're staying at the very same campground.
Oh.
So I already got an open invite for him to go there and do some shots and hang out by the fire. And I'm going to take him up on that. And all sorts of shenanigans and bad things are going to happen. I can see it now.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Be hanging out with him. You'll be doing fireballs.
I'll bring my own Jaeger.
See, for me, I don't drink, so
I hear you.
I gave that up March. No, what was it? And no, it wasn't March. It was in 2007. I gave up drinking. Yeah, I ended up buying 7 new Harley Davidsons because of giving it up. So,
well, there you go.
Yeah, so
it's a good reason to quit drinking, in my opinion.
Yeah, at least when I open up the garage door, there's something to show for it. You know what I mean?
Yep.
So yeah.
Yep.
And I don't miss it. That's the funny thing. I can hang around with people that, drinking all day long, drinking all night, and I just don't miss it. It doesn't faze me a damn bit anymore.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah.
I don't have to have a drink.
Well, I have nothing against drinking, believe me, man. I was a professional drinker.
I'm not one of those, oh my God, I'm running out of beer. I got to go and get a 30 rack. No, Cruising CT. I just want to let you know that's usually the weekend. I usually goes the Father's Day weekend. But this year I'm doing it a little different because I wanted to change it up a little bit. Hello to Frogzilla. Welcome.
Frogzilla in the house.
Yeah.
So yeah, you riding this weekend?
This weekend? No.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, I was contemplating on heading out to your way on
No kidding.
Sunday. Yeah, I was thinking of going out your way. I usually put on like 150 miles on a Sunday.
Oh yeah.
We do kind of like a big circle all the time. So I was thinking that maybe heading out toward New Haven to Sally's or something. But I noticed on their website that they were closed. That they have a closure.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah. So I don't know if that's permanent or I don't
know. Roseland Pizza in Derby is also very, very good. I don't know if you ever had it. It's New York style, thin crust, and an old pizza oven that I think it's either coal or wood fired. It's really good.
Yeah. So I know there's quite a few pizza places around your area that are very good. Pepe's, I guess. Is it Pepe's too?
Yeah, Pepe's. But their pizza went downhill because they got too commercialized, even at the original location.
Yep.
They started to open up like franchises.
Yeah, we got one Frank Pepe up here in Rhode Island. So
yeah. And ever since then, their pizzas in my opinion, went downhill. They used to have the best Clams Casino pizza going, but since they franchised out,
nothing.
Nope.
Yeah, I was thinking, instead of riding, like again, I usually ride down toward the Mystic area, that the Canterbury, that kind of riding out there.
Yeah, I was out there New Year's Day.
Oh, really? It's nice out there. It's beautiful. The roads are beautiful.
Oh,
now, I'm amazed how great the roads are here in New England. Don't forget, we had one storm and that was it.
Yeah. Well, if you think the roads here are great, when I was in Milwaukee, the highways, the roads, smooth, and they're concrete.
That's why the concretes can't beat that. That's like Florida. Florida, I think, has a lot of concrete. Some white tea. I miss Rosen. Crappy pizza. Yeah. They by Barstool Sports, they say that New Haven at Sally's is probably the best pizza in the country.
Yeah.
By Dave Portnoy. So he was just here like about 3 weeks ago, here and right down the street from my house.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah, he did a pizza review there. Guy did pretty well too. I think he pulled like an 8 or something. It was pretty good. And I've never been to the place. I never knew it existed. And it's like right down the street.
Yep.
About 10 minutes away.
Now, my wife says Colony and Stanford is awesome too. And you know what? I would agree with her wholeheartedly. They make a little bit bigger pie than a personalized pie. And if you order the Stinger pizza, on each slice, there's a long green hot pepper.
Yep.
It's awesome.
Yep.
Oh, man. Let's see.
I have never really ridden out in New Haven or in your area, to say the least. So I'm not familiar. Like I know Route 8. I know where Yale is. I know where Waterbury is up top. I don't really know the area like where you are. I've been through there many times.
If you know where Waterbury is,
yep,
and you get on Route 8 South.
Oh, that's beautiful right there. That water.
For about 15 miles. Mm-hmm. Literally, I live close enough to the highway. I could hear the bikes go by.
Oh. Yeah, that Route 8 is a nice road. Very nice road.
Yes, it is.
So you get down to Yale and then it turns into the crap show.
Yep. So, yeah, it's going to be cold here this weekend. We're talking a high of 38 on Saturday and a high of 41 on Sunday.
Yeah, people go snowmobiling, don't they?
Not here.
Yeah, well, don't bother me. I'm dressed for success, so I just get out there and ride. As long as those roads don't have sand, salt, any kind of that grind on there, that powder crap, I'm good.
Oh yeah.
No ice. I'm riding.
It's that pre-treat that I always worry about.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah, that's the grind. Or grind, they call it, something like that.
I call it street slime.
Yeah, it's crap. Yeah. So if I have that on the roads, I kind of tend to, that's I'm done.
That will eat your aluminum like no tomorrow.
Oh yeah.
You're like a fat kid in a cupcake factory.
Well, it's fine if it stays in powder form. If it goes in powder form on your body, you say, but if you get that wet, it's done. It's not eaten. So,
hey, Corey, welcome.
Hey, Corey. What's up, buddy? We gotta get him in one of these here.
Yeah, Corey, if you want to jump in, anybody actually.
I wonder if Noggin's still out here.
Yeah, I'm surprised Noggin didn't jump in.
Yeah. So he's
more than welcome to.
So you're gonna set that bike up behind with a 131, huh?
Yep, I'm already looking at cams. I want to break 150 horse and over 160 foot-pounds of torque on that bike.
Oh boy.
Naturally aspirated, all motor.
Yep.
I've been looking at roller rocker arms, cams, valve springs.
You're going to change the clutch in there too?
When I do a stage 2 to that stage 4, that's kind of funny saying that. It's a stage 4 plus 2, I'll call it. Then I will probably go to like a recluse clutch.
And how about the compensator?
Oh, definitely. I'd go to like a Dr.Harley compensator. I would actually go up one size on the teeth on the compensator.
Mm-hmm. Are you gonna stay with a belt, or are you going with a chain?
Oh, if I go over 150 horse, I have to go to a chain, because then all I would do is either rip teeth off the belt or snap a belt. And the way I like to ride, I hammer down, especially if I'm by myself.
Right.
I ride like an asshole. I'll be honest with you. If I'm by myself on that bike, I ride like an asshole, because it's a fun bike to do it on.
Yeah, I'm assuming, like, if your roads or anything, your area is kind of like where I am, you can do that because it's woodsy. I got, as soon as I get out of certain pockets, I get out. It's all back roads, and you can hammer. You can, it's straight runs, and
I do that on Suicide 6.
I hammer on. I'm with you on that. I hammer on that road. I don't know why, but I do.
I hammer on 95, 91, 84, Merritt Parkway. Well, if you don't hammer on the Merritt Parkway, you're getting run over.
Yeah, I've been on the Merritt Parkway going out to Bergen County to go see Psychofanatics, and I realized that right away. As soon as I jumped on in Middleton, over by Middleton somewhere, I jumped in and went down 17 and jumped on it. And man, when I got on there, I'm like, these people on my ass. Yeah, you got to be going triple digits all the time, man.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm like, this is awesome.
I've actually sat in the right lane doing 85 miles an hour and getting past like I'm standing still.
Oh, yeah. Yep. Happened to me. I know. I'm like, wait a minute, what the hell's going on here? And you actually have police officers passing you, and you're doing 80, and they're going right by you like it's nothing.
Well, this morning, 90% of my ride to work down Route 8 onto the Merritt Parkway, I had a state cop in front of me doing 5 over speed limit.
Oh.
During rush hour. He was doing that on purpose.
Yeah, he was just being a ball buster. Yeah, just
and I'd sit there going, really? You had to do this now? You couldn't wait 15 minutes or leave 15 minutes earlier?
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, that's how and they see that. You know what, too? If they see a bunch of bikes but you were by yourself, but they'll do it on purpose. They just do it on purpose.
Well, Connecticut has a law. They can chase you if you don't pull over within 2 miles and it goes into high speed or into high speed chase. They have to break pursuit.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And if they're chasing me, it's already at a high speed.
Yeah, I feel like I got some latency going on over here. I don't know why. Shouldn't have it. Hey, how'd you make out with the Ethernet cable running into the garage?
It's working.
It is. That it is.
I am not locking up. I am not freezing up. My upload speed is 500 meg. My download speed is just over 600 megs.
And you're not locking. That's good.
Nope.
Good. Yeah.
Well, when I was locking in here, I was right around 40 megs upload and 39 megs download because of the weak wireless signal.
Mm-hmm. That's what I did for a living. I ran Ethernet cable. I worked for a cable company, and I've done that many, many times.
Yeah.
Many
I've
times.
actually run fiber cable for our network at work. And
How many
terminated. Huh?
How many feet is it of Ethernet cable you're running?
From the basement, it's 100 foot.
Ah, that's nothing. You
But
get up
I had to go from
range.
the second floor bedroom, and I couldn't come straight down because there's no wall. So I had to go up to the attic, to an outside wall, and back down into the basement.
Oh, that's an all-day project.
Yes, it was.
Yep, all day. Yep. Even for some experience, I probably sound like that. Probably take me about 4 hours, 5 hours to do. Yeah.
Well, the nice thing is my house was built in 1900, so there's no insulation.
You got balloon framing then.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, did you put the connectors on yourself?
Yes. I have a punch down tool, and I got the RJ 45 female connectors. I bought the regular cable with the RJ 45 is already terminated. It wasn't much more money.
Mm-hmm.
And, terminating, twisted pair, 8 wires. It's not really that big of a deal.
No. You just got to make sure the pins line up inside the connector. And when you crimp it down, you can, make sure you got a good connection. It works.
Yep.
Yeah.
Hello, Michigan.
Oh.
They get a lot of snow out in Michigan.
Yeah, they do. Better than us.
Hell yeah.
Screw that shit.
Yeah. So I'm pretty much caught up here in the OR. I'm just waiting on a fender back from paint. It seems like I've been singing that song now for a couple weeks. I got to call the painter tomorrow and say, hey, what's up with this fender so I could get this bike done and out of here, and then I could pick up another bike.
How many bikes do you average a month in that?
I've never kept an actual count, but for the month of December, I think I worked on 8 bikes, and January 3 bikes so far.
So how extensive do you get into the bikes? Do you go all the way down to motor
No, as deep as I go to motors is stage 2.
So it's stage 2.
For myself, it's a different story. I'll pull heads, and that's about it. I really don't want to go any further. I don't like setting rings because I'm kind of anal when it comes to that.
Mm-hmm.
Because I'll put the rings in the cylinders, get them level with the piston, then I'll measure the ring gap, I'll pull them out, and then file them if I have to, and then once I file them, get the sharp. I'm pretty anal when it comes to all of that. Yeah. And just setting rings on a piston, I could spend 2 hours on.
But you know what it is? The end outcome is what you expect it to be.
Yeah, well, when I did my Evo motor, I split the cases in my 80 cubic inch Evo, and I did a full build on that from the case to the rocker box. I took the heads apart, and I started porting and polishing them. I put in new valve guides, new valve seals. I did a 4-angle valve job on them. I went back and forth to the flow bench about 4 times, and I put an S&S 585 cam in it, a Revolution 85 cubic inch kit in there. So I went from 80 to 85 cubic inch.
You know what I got a question about? When you start, like what you're going to do with that bike behind you? What about this tranny on that? That put a lot of tension and torque on that tranny. Can that,
from what I understand, it'll handle it.
That's a lot of horsepower.
A lot of torque.
Yeah, there's the torque that gets it. That's what puts all that stress on that tranny.
Yeah. So I'm about ready to send this bike up to Yankee on Saturday, but I'm waiting to hear back from Yankee because they want to talk to the mechanic that's going to do the engine swap.
Mm-hmm.
If he wants to be live on my YouTube channel. If they say no, then I'm like, okay, no worries. I'll pick the motor up. I'll bring it home and I'll do it live in my own garage.
Yeah, so you got best of both worlds. If they do it, they do it. If they don't, well, you're still doing it.
Yeah.
Doesn't really matter. Just
yeah. And I know the
you want
owner
to record it.
I know the owner of Yankee wants to do it there. Hello, South Jersey, Stan Warner, welcome. And Northeast Racing, what's up? Welcome.
Hopefully, I'll be getting down to South Jersey this year with the Noggin and Corey. We're supposed to go down there. So hopefully, we're supposed to go.
Guys, let me know when you're going. If I'm available to go, I'll ride with you.
Absolutely. Yeah, it was we were all set up to go, but unfortunately, Mother Nature wasn't cooperating with us.
Yep.
Oh wow.
But I know the owner of the dealership, because they sponsor this channel, they're excited about me doing it live because then it'll be hours of nothing but free advertising for them.
Correct.
And showcases their mechanics, showcases what they can do. I know he's really into it, but if they don't have a mechanic that doesn't want to be on YouTube, then what are you gonna do?
I was just at my local dealership today, and I was talking to the owner there, we were talking about the 2023s coming in. They don't really know what they're getting. They don't know what's at. They were saying that they don't even know what's coming out yet. They're not 100% if the Bronx is coming out. What's coming? They
haven't gotten any 23s yet.
They do. They have 23s, but it's just road glides and what else is there? Trying to think what else they had in there. But anyways, what they did have, and I thought they weren't making them anymore, was the 107s. 2023 107, the standard.
Yep, the standards are still coming with the 107. The specials are still coming with the 114. And I'm going to go on a limb and say that the
STs are 117.
Yep, the CVOs are coming and the anniversary bikes are coming with the 117. I don't see them doing the 128 or the 131 on those bikes. I don't see it, not yet.
Not this year.
Nope.
This year.
But which is good for me because if they came out the 131 on the CVOs this year, I'd be kind of upset.
Yeah. To say the least.
Yeah. Chilly Idaho in the house.
Oof. It's a little chilly out there too.
Yep.
Not as chilly as Michigan though.
No.
Like I said, that place is that's brutal. They get some
John, welcome. So, I'm kind of looking forward to paying them to do the motor swap. Then this way I could sit there because I could run 2 cameras with the StreamYard software. So I'll have 1 camera on me, 1 camera on the mechanic, and then I could do the, invite over my phone and then do a walk around with the phone. So I could do actually 3 or more camera views.
Yep.
Excuse me.
Bless you.
But if I'm doing the work myself, then it's just going to be 2 cameras and watching me work.
Obviously, no walking around.
No, and I won't be able to change the camera views or anything like that. Well, I could, but it would just take the job even longer. Like I says, I could do it in about 7.5 hours and then send it up to, but if I'm going to do it, I'm going to order the cam plate, the oil pump, the camshaft. I'm just going to
lift his.
Yep. I'm going to just do it all now.
Rings, everything. Yeah.
You know what I mean? Do it all now.
Yep.
This way, I don't have to worry about it. It goes up for dyno tune once and done. You know what I mean? So there's goods and bads to it because if they do it, then I'll be taking it all apart and I'm going to take the chrome off of that motor and send it out for powder coat.
Yep.
And then I'll be doing some bronzing, some bronze powder coat and gloss black.
One thing about when I used to go to Waterbury, I did notice there's a lot of powder coating places up there and things like that nature, chroming and powder coating. I when I was up there, this is going back many years, but
Mhm.
in that area, they did a lot of that up there.
Yep. Stan, that's a good question. My channel has only been up since February 3rd of 2022. My 1 year anniversary is coming, and I plan on doing something special on that 1 year. I don't know what yet, but I will be doing something to celebrate it. So, watch for that. And that February 3rd, what day is that on a week?
What day it is?
February 3rd is a Friday. So
Yep.
I'll probably do it would be a Friday night live definitely that week. So I won't do it on the 1st, but I will do a live on February 3rd. It'll be the 1 year anniversary party for the Dr. Harley YouTube channel. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I've had a lot of fun with this channel, and that's how I do why I do this. When I first started, it's like, hey, it'd be pretty cool. I could get some free stuff, get monetized, probably make a few bucks here and there. But as this channel has evolved, my attitude about this channel has evolved. Okay, if I get 1,000 subscribers and I can monetize, that's great, but that's not a goal. My goal is to educate with what I do here in the garage, entertain with the rallies and the moto vlogs and the bike nights and the interviews, and make friends and contribute to our motorcycle community in a positive way. Whether I make money at this or not, I really don't care. I mean, I have 2 sponsors right now, Cape Cod Harley, Yankee Harley. They've committed for another year of sponsorship. It helps me do things like t-shirts and poker chips and stickers and things like that, and get newer and better equipment that what I started with, I had nothing. And now I'm in negotiations with another sponsor who's big into the motorcycle community within the New York, Massachusetts, Connecticut area. If everybody's curious, John Heyman from the Heyman Law Firm. I was actually on the phone talking to him today. He's down in Florida, and I'm drawing up the contract, and I'll be emailing it to John. John, if you're listening, guys, if you ever need an injury lawyer, you ever go down on your bike,
John
Heyman from the Heyman Law Firm, because when you go down, he picks you up. That's his slogan. So, plug out to John Heyman. He's actually a very big supporter in the motorcycle community.
I see his signs all over the place.
Yeah. Yeah. He's
billboards everywhere.
Yeah. And I'll be honest with you, his models, the Heyman girls, I am personal friends, I would say, with 90% of them that he has. I don't know which girls are coming back this coming year, what new girls he's getting for the 2023 year. But, I know them all. I've hired some of them in the past for my calendar photo shoots, to work booths with me for when I had Chops Custom Cycles going on. John says you like the live with Pro Monkey. That was a good one. Lots of fun. Yes. Yeah. Well, anytime you get Pro Monkey on the line, it's a good time. He's a funny guy. He's a very wholesome, big-hearted, guy. I love him to death. I enjoy watching his videos. I enjoy, everything that he has to offer. I can't wait to hang out with him in 50 days down in Daytona. Not that I'm counting, but 50 days, I'm leaving for Daytona.
I just saw a little thing on Instagram. It says 50 days till Daytona.
Well, the start is 58 days. I'm leaving March 2nd. So that's 50 days from today.
Yep.
So I counted it out on the calendar yesterday. I started the countdown yesterday. So 50 days.
It's going to be
hopefully it'll be warmer this year.
Yeah, I was down there last year.
Last time I went down there, I'm sorry?
It was a little chilly last year.
Well, when I went there in 2010, I rode my Softail down, and I left Connecticut, and it was, you know, in the low 30s when I left. And I kept saying to myself, now remember, I'm on a soft tail with 18-inch Aves. Wind is coming right into my jacket.
Surprised you didn't get it to 95. So screw this, I'm turning around.
And I could not wait to get to Carolinas because I figured it'd probably be at least 50 degrees in the Carolinas.
Nope.
I had sleet and freezing rain all the way through North and South Carolina.
Mhm.
And when I got to Daytona Beach, Florida, it never got above 50 degrees that whole week I was there.
Sucks.
Oh,
That sucks. That's no fun. Then you had to ride all the way back. Probably was warmer riding back, right?
Yeah.
Like warmed up and you rode back like, oh, this is great.
Yeah, I came back and, you know, when I got home to Connecticut, it was like 53 degrees out. And I was like, the hell happened? It's warmer here than it was in Florida.
Yeah. Yep. That sucks.
I tell you, that rally, I've never bought so many sweatshirts, gloves, hats, socks, underwear, pants, because everything I had was soaked.
Yep. You know, too, I noticed that you were in the military, so you understand it. You ever notice that, like when you go south, that the cold is a different cold. It has this, I don't know what, it's like a aurora cold. I remember when I was in North Carolina for wintertime, man, I was like, oh, I can handle the cold, but it rips right through you.
Oh yeah.
It's a different, I don't know if it's a humidity thing or I don't know. It is definitely a different cold.
Yeah, the cold, it is the humidity and the moisture in the air. Because when it gets cold, it gets to the bone and it gets there fast.
Yeah. Oof, it's down south. And you know, being up here, we can handle the cold. I mean, that's been here all my life. So
yeah,
I just realized, I'm like, oh, this is no big deal. Winter down in North Carolina, this is gonna be great. No, it was cold. It got cold.
It was funny when we went down to Myrtle Beach for Bike Week. I would say in 2020, because we went for 5 years to the spring and fall rally, and it's easy for us to go because we got friends down there that are family. That's like family. Yeah. So we got places to stay. Awesome. One of my brothers actually lives down there now. You know, one of my club brothers actually lives down there now. So I got places to stay when I'm down there, you know.
It's half the battle.
No, and I'll be honest with you, we trailered down and we get out of the vehicle and it's like 100 degrees out. And my wife, my brother and his wife stepped out of the truck. I had the AC on for them and like, oh my God, it's like, my wife says like nice circle of hell. And I'm like, this is awesome. It's like a spring Iraqi day. I love it.
Oh, I love the heat. I'm a heat person.
Oh yeah.
I love warmth.
You know, when I was in Iraq, it was 130 degrees outside. I'm sitting outside in shorts and t-shirt, just soaking up the sun, man.
So I much more prefer the heat than the cold.
Yeah.
I lived in it all my life. So I kind of like, when it comes this time of the year, getting toward March and I get down to Daytona, I'm like a whole different person.
Oh yeah.
It changes my whole attitude. Everything changes.
Oh yeah. I mean, March 8th is my birthday. And historically, if I put my bike away for the winter, which I haven't done yet, neither one of them.
I don't put mine away.
I take it out and my birthday is my first ride of the riding season. Mm-hmm. You know, Stan, are you planning on going down this year or no? I know it's a lot to go down every year, but I was just wondering. My wife says Myrtle Beach was like a crematorium.
A crematorium. It was that hot, huh? Holy crap.
My wife's she's a funny girl. She's a vet too.
Oh, what branch?
She was Army.
Army dog.
And she was a military police officer. MP. So I'll poke and poke that bear only so far. I just don't want to wake that bear.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
She'll put a hurting on me quick.
Is that because of old age or is it just because of
her military police training?
Her training. Yeah. Yeah.
I remember when I was preparing to deploy in '09. We went through combatives training, which is hand-to-hand combat.
Mm-hmm.
And I was so excited when I got home. I says, "Hey, honey, let's go into the gym at my job," because we were members of the gym there. "Let's go into the field house where they got the rubber mats, the big thick mats, and let me show you what I learned." And I was all excited to show her what I learned. And she says, "Oh, how cute." I'm like, "Why?" She goes, "Enough, just enough to get yourself
Killed.
hurt in a bar fight." And I'm like, "What?" And I was tapping out quicker than I could say ouch.
Oof. Yep. Take it right down. Oh God.
Yeah.
It's crazy. I grew up during the, just post-Vietnam era. So I wasn't, I trained for jungle warfare. And
Yep.
in the Marines, they teach you hand to hand and all that stuff. So because you were in there, you would be more likely to have hand to hand in the jungle. But when you go out to that desert, my understanding is it's like picking out, targets from 100 miles away. Everybody, you don't see nobody usually. You just hear bullets flying. It's not hand to hand. Very rare, unless you're kicking indoors.
No. I was here's a true story. When I was in Iraq, they were shutting down the prison in Buka, and we were transporting the prisoners from Buka, Iraq, which is down along the Kuwait, Iraqi, and Iran border, up to Baghdad International, and they were going to Abu Ghraib. And we were doing, turns all night. I mean, we started flying right before sunset, and we were going to land at our last leg into Baghdad just after sunrise. And we only flew at night because we're in a Chinook helicopter.
Right.
Flying
rock, brother.
Well, not just that, a big flying rock. I could put 2 Humvees inside of my helicopter.
Yeah, they had. Well, I was stationed on Fatima where they had the Chinooks. They used to do all the training there. They do the touch and goes and blind fly and all that. And my barracks was like maybe all of less than a football field away. And those son of bitches are loud as hell too when they're coming down.
Yeah. So we're doing our last turn, and we only get 2 MPs with 12 prisoners.
That's
and these prisoners weren't zip tied nor hooded or anything. So we sat down and for gas at Fob Gary Owen, and I'm talking to the MPs going, "What's going on, man? I thought these were prisoners." He goes, "Well, these, quote unquote, these are part of the catch and release program. They're getting released back into the community in Baghdad." I'm like, "Oh, okay." And so from Gary Owen to Baghdad was another hour-and-a-half flight. So I'm in the cabin door that night, training my crew chief to be a flight engineer. He's on the ramp. And every now and then I turn around and start counting heads. Well, sure enough, one time I turned around and I was missing 1 head.
Oh, no.
And we're flying at night with night vision goggles. And I spun around, and there's this one prisoner heading to the cockpit. I took my asp out, and I was Tiger Woods at the tee.
Yep.
So Stan, thank you for your service. I appreciate it. 69 to 71, right on, man. Vietnam era.
That's Vietnam.
Thank you for your service, and welcome home, my brother. My MOS, my original MOS was a 67 series. Actually, I have 2. I have a 67 Romeo, which was an Apache attack helicopter repairer. And I transitioned into Chinooks, which used to be a 67 series, and all aviation transitioned over to a 15 series. So I went into a 15 uniform series with the letters designator 2F, but I always had the Papa designator as a paratrooper as well. So those are my MOSs.
Yeah, I messed around. Like I said, I was swinging with the wing when I was my last year in the Corps. And like I said, I was in Okinawa. up on a up in Fatima, where it predominantly was CH-53s, OV-10s, Hueys, and the Flying Rocks, what you know, Chinooks. And yeah, I used to work loading and unloading with the load masters, working with the load masters on the C-130s, the C-140s, the C-5s. So I was around that all the time.
So Stan, a 67 November, that's Huey, right? Because Romeos were Apaches. I don't remember what the Cobras were. Blackhawks are Tangos. Uniforms are Chinooks. I believe the November, in your 20 series, because you were an NCO, I was actually a 30 series because of my rank. Yeah, awesome. So it was Huey's. I love a Huey, man, aka the pig boat.
Why do they call it the pig boat?
Why? Because the front of them, they look like pigs.
Oh yeah, yep, you're right.
You ever look at the front of a Huey? It looks like a pig.
It does. It does. You know, I had wished that I never got to fly in a chopper, never got to go up. The whole time I'm there, and I used to always ask my top, "Can I go? Can I go?" Oh yeah. And I never got to go.
Oh, you kidding me? I used to always, if we weren't doing, when we were training missions stateside or overseas, who's with 7-1 Aircraft, I spent time with 6-6 Aircraft, the first 82nd Aviation, second of the 227th Aviation in Hanau, Germany, 104th Aviation at the Connecticut National Guard, and the 1109th TASM G with the Connecticut National Guard. But like I was saying, I used to, if minimum crew, we were doing training where we're doing practicing emergency procedures or something like that, we couldn't bring extra crew. But when during drill weekends and we're just doing burn some gas and just stay current and qualified for the pilots or the crew members, I used to go into the supply NCO because those are the guys that got us our parts and our fuel and our oils. And then I go into the mess NCO, and I used to invite all those guys with me because without the cooks or supply, I'm not flying.
And
I could put 32 souls plus crew on my aircraft. I was seats,
The whole 32, with crew?
32 passengers with crew.
I didn't know. That's pretty. I didn't know it was that many guys you could put on that.
Oh yeah, and I used to not have an empty seat.
What was loadable on that? What was the pay like? What could you put on?
Maximum takeoff load was 50,000 pounds.
That's a few Jeeps.
Humvees. Our center hook was rated for 26,000 pounds. Yeah, there were times I was having our fuelers come out and defuel some of our fuel tanks because of our load. We would have been overweight. So I would have them, hey, I need you to take out the forward aux fuel tanks, and the aft aux fuel tanks, just fuel the mains. And then wherever we're getting to, I'll make sure I get more fuel.
More fuel when you get there.
Yep.
You got to fly that in combat, so.
Yeah, and Iraq, Afghanistan.
And peacetime. Peacetime's a piece of cake. That combat, flying those things, when you got tracer rounds coming at you, you got all sorts of good stuff blowing up.
Tracer rounds, you're lucky you get to see them coming at you.
Yeah. So, anti-aircraft. Yep. So I was, whether you want to call it fortunate or not, but I got out in '84, and right after that, because they started painting most of the equipment desert colors in '84, so they knew shit was popping off. But that's because of Beirut. I was there during Beirut. I was ready to go to Beirut, and after that, that was it. Everything, there was no more green. Cami green, it was started going to desert stuff.
They had 84. You had your greens, and then they went over to the woodland camo.
The Woodland Camel. That's right.
Because I went to basic training
Mm-hmm.
in 1989, January of 89, and I had Woodland Camel
That's right.
and had to polish my boots and all that.
Oh yeah,
And
you still had to do that.
yep. And then I left active duty, took some years off, missed it, went back into the guard. And then they're like, okay, here's brown boots. Here's some ACUs. I'm like, you don't polish boots anymore?
No more polishing boots. No.
The hell is this?
Hey, new military, brother.
You don't have to press your uniforms?
Nope. You can't.
Wash and wear? What?
Yep.
But yeah, when we were downrange, we would fly. We would always room for one more. I didn't worry about weight and balance because I knew I couldn't throw the Chinook out of weight and balance. We were overweighted quite a few times, but it was logged that we were at 49,500 pounds, and we were actually well over that by 5,000 to 6,000 pounds because when I'm moving good guys in and out on a deliberate assault, I'm not leaving anybody behind. We go in, we get them out once, and that's it.
So what does the Harley Davidson and a helicopter have in common?
All American made.
Besides that, fly by wire.
Yeah,
That's what they have in common.
You are absolutely right.
Yep. So I know a little bit. Not much.
Yeah, that's actually
like
that's actually a good thing. Hey, that's actually good. That I like that. Stump the doc. That might
Stump
be a
the
new
doc.
thing
I
to
stumped
do on Wednesday nights. Is stump the doc.
Night. Yep.
That
I stumped you.
You know, that would be good.
Yep.
Yeah, I was at Fort Eustis, you know, and yes, stump the doc. That might be something good. And Rody, I will definitely give you credit for that.
Got some royalties coming my way. Thank God, man.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, I'll give you 50% of every penny I make off of these lives.
Yeah, there you go. Oh, I'm going broke. No, I'm like, oh shoot. Nah, yeah, you're doing it. Let me tell you, Doc, you're doing a hell of a job.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
You know, all kidding aside, yeah, you've been doing this like a short time, and you've really, you know, done well. You're doing well.
Thank you. I appreciate it. If you watch my first video ever made, I went back and watched it not too long ago, and I'm sitting there, and I still had the Army NCO persona training. This is what we're going to do. This is what we're going to talk about. This is this, blah, 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 blah. And I'm sitting there going, dummy, you're not in the military anymore.
No,
it was all the fact that I just wasn't comfortable in front of a camera.
That's my drawback. I talking in front of a camera, I get I'll sit and talk to you all day long. But
you're in front of a camera now.
Yeah, but I'm talking. I have something tangible or somebody to speak with. It's when that camera's on by myself, and I'm like, whoop, it's like a brain fire, like it just shuts off. You know, I'm like,
yep.
So yeah, that's one of my dilemmas that I've been doing about 2 years, going in a second year, playing around with YouTube. But,
yeah,
it's taken me a while because I'm only doing it like you said. I'm doing it because I want to meet people. I want to go to rallies. I want to, just, have things for my family when I aren't here anymore. They'll have video of me and, and then I think that the biker community is so tight knit. It's kind of, it's like the military, you got brothers for life almost. And I just find it fascinating, how you can just get on here or go somewhere and meet somebody like yourself and like you're almost like friends for life,
Yeah.
It's insane. It's absolutely insane that
and
happens.
It is a tight-knit community because I'm reaching out to a lot of other fellow YouTubers about coming on for an interview. One of them says I don't do the Skype style live interviews. I said to him, fine, I can either come to you or you could come to me. We'll get you on my show and then we'll figure it out from there, So here's hopes that'll work out. I mean, to be honest with you, it's So's the Ghost from Demon's Row, who I'm talking to.
Goes to Ghost.
You know, he's huge. He's
Mhm.
got almost 200,000 subscribers.
Quite a few subscribers.
And
No, if you,
and to be honest with you, if you look at his production and his editing, it's phenomenal.
that's what it is. But he's putting his time like anything else. You know as well as I do. The more time you put into something, the more you're going to get out of it. It's how much do you want to put into it?
Yeah.
You know, it's just how far do you want to take? How, you know, to me, I just like to get on here for fun. I just get on here, meet people, and just, you know, I'm not looking for the, you know, the monetary thing. If it came, it came. I'm not sweating.
And that's how I am. If it comes, it comes.
Yeah, it comes. I'm just doing this because, you know, like I just like doing. I enjoy this, you know, one-on-one, you know, or in live, you know, with other people that have the same common interest. It's awesome. We all, you know, we all share that same.
Good night, Stan.
Good night, Stan. And also not only that, it's some ball busting in here too. Oh God, I you know, there's some funny shit. You know.
Yeah, I'm a big ball breaker. And you know, I first I got to get to know you before I start breaking your balls, because I got to feel you out and know
that you can handle it all.
Right. What's too much, what's not too much, and I don't want to piss anybody off.
Yeah.
But if I do, you know where to find me.
Yeah. Well, the first live I've ever went on was the military biker, and he had quite a crew on there. And I jumped in. I had no idea what I was doing. I was like, you know, I was muted. I couldn't figure this in. Oh, they were busting my balls, man. They busted. It was funny. It was funny. And then once I got a little comfortable, it wasn't too bad. You know, it's just learning. And
I'm trying to get Marine Rider on here, but he's busy with his kids during the week. And I respect that, you know. You got to have time for your kids.
Yep.
And you know, that's awesome.
I can't wait to meet him in person, because we've talked. I actually was on during the Marine Corps birthday with him. You know, I kind of called him out and said, hey, listen, because I'm new at this. So he's already knows how to use, you know, StreamYard and all this. So I told him, I said, listen, why don't you go on and do a, you know, Marine Corps birthday thing? And then he did. I jumped on, and it was great. It was a good time. You know, but prior to that, me and him, we would, you know, talk, side chat, and I'm definitely going out there to see him, but I just didn't realize. I thought I was going to get out there for Gettysburg, but I don't think that's going to happen.
I met him last summer in Gettysburg. His old organization that he used to belong to, I was a member of that organization as well. So I stopped by, and they were selling raffle tickets for a gun, which I
remember that. I saw the video.
Yeah. And, you know, a gun like that in Connecticut, you can't have. It's too scary.
Yep. Ooh.
So I made that.
Better.
I made a donation of a price of one ticket, and you know, he and I were talking and going back and forth, and you know, that's how we became friends. That's how I learned of him. He learned of me. We both subscribed to each other because we were curious of what we have to offer. You know, and I met Meg at Gettysburg as well. Meg. She's awesome. She's a sweetheart. A lot of love and respect for her and Mike, aka cameraman.
Yep.
We saw them again in Ocean City, and I'm trying to get Meg and Mike on. They're just trying to work it out with their schedules.
Yeah, they're good. They're accommodating. I know. Who was it? Was it Tweedledee? Well, somebody. I think Tweedledee had Meg on and cameraman. So yeah, they're really good. Good interview. Yeah.
Oh yeah,
they were fun, and they're busy too. I guess she's a lawyer.
Yes, she's got
a
law firm,
car wash, some bike washing thing or something.
Yeah, they have a mobile detail business, plus the YouTube, and she's a mother of 3.
It's a lot of work. That's this here. I didn't realize when I started it, you know, my endeavors into YouTube. I didn't realize how much work this is.
Well, you know, it's only as much work as you want to put into it.
Right.
You know, so you don't, like anything else, you get out of it what you put into it. So if you put a lot into it, you'll get a lot out of it as far as an education on editing and how to post, like me learning StreamYard. I think this is like my third or fourth week with StreamYard, and I think I've gotten pretty good with it. My editing, I'm still trying to teach myself how to edit and be better at it. But most of the time, my editing is, trimming the fat off the beginning and the end of each segment of the videos. I try not to edit out any crucial content. If I make a mistake, I want it on there because I'm human and everybody makes mistakes. And I feel it's something that has to be displayed in the videos because not everything works out. I mean, I think I've said it. Oh, come on, quit arguing with me. Why is this arguing with me?
Yeah, it's the editing part is where my biggest downfall. I can go out and record. That's not a problem. It's editing to make it look look like, and breaking it down because you go out there and you record 3 hours worth of video or something, and you're just recording, and then all of a sudden you get it home, and it's like, and trying to organize that and getting where you want, and then all of a sudden you remember you're like, oh, I want to put that in there, but you put that in, and you don't want to get the video too long because when you start, when you're starting out doing this, you don't want to have long videos. You want to keep your video short, 5-10 minutes the most, and trying to condense all that down into that short and trying to make the point of what you did.
Yeah.
That's what I found. I got so much I did. I'm trying to, what do I put in here, and make it flow. It's trying to get it to flow also.
I recently did a video of cam chain tensioners on that 03 Road King. And when I went to edit it, put it back together, something happened in the settings where it was very dark, where it was hard to see anything. So I still had the video. I decided not to post it because I'm not happy with the video quality.
Yep.
And without that, then what's the point? If you don't have good quality, why put it out?
You make rookie mistakes. Like what I've done was I have a 360 camera, Insta360, and I have a lens cover. So I had the lens cover on to protect it, and I hit the record button. I forget the lens cover's on it. So I lose footage. I'm like, what the, and that blows the whole thing. I did that when I went out to Pennsylvania. I did that. I'm like, you son of a. And it was
my video when I was down in Ocean City for Bike Week, I had audio up until I finished interviewing Jeremy from Tap Performance, and I had a great interview with a veterans organization. I can't remember it off the top of my head. Motorcycle Missions, that's the name of it. They're out of Texas. I had a great interview with them. I had a great interview with one sexy biker chick, and all that audio was lost. It wasn't there. So I ended up doing a voiceover on it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I did the Ride Like a Pro course up in New Hampshire, and that's what I did, a voiceover on that because the audio sucked on it. It was, you couldn't really do anything about it because you're trying to talk. And it was, so I had to voice over that, which didn't come out too bad. But that was a lot of fun. Anybody out here that hasn't done any slow speed maneuvers like that, I highly recommend you guys taking a course or watching it and practicing it. Anybody can go fast. You can go fast. Everybody goes fast. It's when you get in those slow maneuvers and for example, when I was in Myrtle Beach, that thing came in so much handy because I was inside one of the bands, one of the clubs there, and I had to ride through all these bikes, and I got lost from the guys that I was with. And if I didn't have that skill set, man, that would have been a shit show. Yeah, I was in, I'm like riding in between, like I'm actually knocking people with my handlebars, whacking them, get out of the way, like coming around, and it's just, yeah. If I didn't have that, because I had the ability to use the friction zone and the throttle with the brake, I would forget it.
You would have dumped it.
I probably would have. Yeah, I don't know if I would. It would have just really aggravated the hell out of me.
One of my friends down there that lives there, one time we were down there pulling out a SBB, making a right out of the parking lot. He dumped his bike.
Yeah. Hey, it happens.
Yep.
You know what happens.
But yeah, PA Biker 65, the cams that I showed you, those Woods 222s, those cams are a torque cam. So that'd be great for the low to the upper mid range. If you want a horsepower cam, let me know and I'll research and get you a good horsepower cam. Most people don't want a horsepower cam, but they think they do. But where they want the power to come in, they want a torque cam. And so that's why I recommended those cams for you, because they're a good torque cam. I've used them in the past on twin cams, and they perform extremely well. From the launch to about 4,000 RPMs to 4,500, they perform well.
My problem is with my bikes being stock, that rev limiter kills me. I almost go over the handlebars on that stupid thing.
Yeah.
I don't know how. I wish I could change that thing. I don't know. Just increase it. I don't know. I just, that is insane where they got that set.
Yeah.
I'm like, I'm going in and it's whoom, like it comes like it shuts off almost. I've done that in third gear.
Wow.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, I've had that happen to me in third gear. Hit the rev limiter. I don't know how that happened. It just, boom, it just drops the bike. It slows it right like nothing. It's the way I take off. I mean, go blasting through the gears. Boom, boom, boom. And it's like for me, like you were saying about the cam, you really want to have that power from that third gear up to the sixth gear, or fifth gear. Sixth is kind of cruise control, but that's where you want that power band to be. Especially if you're just an everyday rider, somebody that rides weekends, or you're just going long distance, putting 800 miles on in a day. That's where you want it. If you're going to race your bike, you want it out of the hole. You want
no. If you're going to race your bike, you're going to be in the top end a lot. So you'd want horsepower cams, because the bike will fall off. Where you don't want it to fall off. The torque will start to drop and the horsepower will drop fast. If you ever look at the horsepower and torque curves, they'll peak and plateau for a little bit on torque cams, and then they'll drop right off.
Yep.
A horsepower cam will just slowly climb, and then right around 4,700 to red line, it'll spike, peak, and plateau.
Yep.
And when you're racing bikes, that's what you want. But if you're just cruising around town, 1 up or 2 up, running the highways, all day long, you want a torque cam.
Yeah, that's probably about 85% of people ride.
Yep.
Yep.
Yes. Especially if it's a newer bike and it's got an ECU, they will have a rev limiter.
Oh God, yeah. Believe me, I know what that
my
is.
93 FX STS had a rev limiter in it, and that was carbureted. And that was an Evo motor.
It is insane. It's like you're going along, and that thing just comes to it seems like the bike just shuts off on you. It's like, that's it.
Yeah.
You let off of it.
I've hit the rev limiter on that a few times.
It sucks. Yeah.
That's why when I put the 131 in, I'm actually going to turn the rev limiter down for the first 500 miles to about 3,000 RPM.
Yep.
And then from 500 to 1,000, I'll turn it up to 3,700. And then I'll do the 1,000-mile break-in service. And then I'll probably move that rev limiter to about 6,700.
Yeah, I wish mine was at 67. I think mine's at 30 something. I don't know.
No, you're about,
feels like it.
You're about $6,000.
Really?
Yeah.
It seems lower than that, dude.
5,800 to $6,000.
I'm gonna have
it comes up fast.
Yeah, it does. That's what it is. I got to pay attention to the track, see what that's doing. I don't know it's happening, until it happens.
Yeah, and when you bounce off the rev limiter, you're actually slowing yourself down.
Oh yeah, it's like
way
going
down.
in the mud.
You'll drop 15, 20 miles an hour just off that rev limiter.
It's just like going in the mud. It's like you're hitting mud. Yeah, very dangerous, I think.
PA Biker 65. When you're in Connecticut in June, of July, June of July, or you mean June and July, let me know. We'll hook up, man. We'll do something. Go for a ride, hang out. Because the end of June, I have nothing scheduled. But July 6th, I'm going to be down in Gettysburg. And then the week after, I'm going to be in Milwaukee. So, I mean, if you're going to be here at the end of June into like July 4th weekend, let me know, man. If you want to hook up, we'll hook up.
Yeah, I think I'm going to be going up to Americade also that day that you're going to be up there. You guys just got to let me know where you guys are going to be. That's all.
Yeah, I told Noggin to hit me up. Yeah. I got to get on my cell phone number so he could text me the address or where he wants to meet up and when.
I might do turn and burn like you. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm going to leave my house at 4:30 in the morning. You know, burn up there. So, you know, 3.5 hours. If I go up not too crazily, 3 hours if I burn it a little faster, or 4 hours if I take my time. 4.5 hours, take my time. That'll give me plenty of time to get up there. And I plan on spending the day, and probably around 6, 7 o'clock at night. I'm going to turn around and head back, maybe 5. Who knows?
You're going to
Americade is not one of my favorite rallies.
I've been to Lake George many times. I just never been there for the bike week. I was there. Actually, I was there the week after when Laconia was going on. So I went to that week there, up there, and there was nobody. It was nice getting around.
Yeah, I've been to Americade. I've been up to Lake George when it's not bike week.
Thanks, Upshift. Thanks for the info.
Yeah. What's up, Upshift? Welcome. I do like riding up that way. I've actually taken the ferry across Lake Champlain into Vermont and came home that way.
Oh, you come? Yeah. Yep. I do all, I like doing the back road. I can't stand being on that highway. I don't mind. Listen, if I got to get somewhere, I got to get somewhere. But I prefer scenery, not looking at cars going by me all day. So, I've been up to Lake George quite a bit. Every summer I go up there. I do Chemo Mountain. I'm up in the Chemo Mountain, and I do Laconia. I went to Laconia like 3 months ago. I was up there. I went to the Kangamangas.
Yeah, it's a great ride. You pick it up in Conway or Lincoln.
Yep. I actually came up, Lincoln on the other side, and came across from the 93?
Yeah.
Picked it up there, cut right across, went by Loon Mountain, and bang, we went down.
Yeah, when I go up to Laconia, I go up 91 to exit 15 in Vermont, and then I pick up, 122?
Yep.
I pick up 122 there in Vermont, and I take that right into Lincoln.
Lincoln, yep.
And I stay in Lincoln, and then from Lincoln, I spend the night there, have a good time, blah, blah, blah. Get up early in the morning, have breakfast, and I ride the Kank in the morning, and then from there, go to Conway. From Conway, make my way down to Laconia.
PA biker. I'm in northern Rhode Island, up toward the Mass Attleboro line, if you're familiar with that, where the old Pawtucket Red Sox used to play. I'm not too far from there.
So in other words, if you're going through Rhode Island, if you blink, you pass it.
Yeah, you go right through. Yeah.
When you hit the Connecticut Rhode Island border, you blink and sneeze, you're in Mass.
Yeah. Biggest little state in the union, man.
Yeah, it is. That it is. It's a great place to go,
Yeah. It's amazing though, like how small it is, but the things you can do here, especially in the summertime, it's rip roaring around here because we got Newport, we got the beaches, we got,
Oh yeah.
At one time there's one city over from me, every corner had a bar on it.
Oh, wow.
1 square mile there. I think at one time I don't know if it was in the Guinness World Book of Records, but in 1 square mile there was a bar in every corner.
Wow.
Yeah, the town.
We used to fly up every August. We would support the Rhode Island National Guard would hold Leap Fest every year.
Oh yeah, at Quonset.
Yep. And it's an international paratrooper competition, and my flight company used to support it with our sister company out of Pennsylvania, out of the Gap. and we'd send up 3 Chinooks, and they would send up 3 Chinooks. So we would have 6 Chinooks there supporting the international paratrooper competition, and it was a good time.
They still have that here.
Oh yeah,
They still.
I was the last mission I crewed there was the 75th anniversary of the international paratrooper competition.
What's so cool, you get to see the bay when you're up there jumping out. You get to see that whole that is a nice scenery when you're coming out of that, jumping out of that plane.
Oh yeah,
scenery up there is like, and not that I've jumped out of planes, because there's only 2 things that come out of the sky: bird shit and rain, and I ain't one of them. So I just
try saying bird shit.
Yeah,
wow.
Bird shit and rain. That's the only thing that comes out of the sky.
Hey, when I was on jump status, I was getting $110 extra a month in my pay for being on jump status.
I was where I was stationed in North Carolina, French Creek. I was with Recon and all those guys, because I was kind of like in a special division. And they had air delivery where the guys would throw the crap out of the C-130s or C-140s and go chase it.
Yeah,
I had opportunity to do that when I was there, and I'm like, nah, I think I'm going to pass on that one. I'd rather have been with the Recon guys, in the water and doing that kind of stuff.
Yeah, Force Recon, man, those guys are pretty intense.
Oh yeah, I hung around with those guys, a lot of those guys.
I like Marines are very fanatical about being Marines. Force Recon is very fanatical about being Force Recon, and they mean it.
Oh, they ain't no joke.
They make regular Marines look like Cub Scouts.
You know what I like? They did that spy rig, and they used to do it they used to come in with the helicopters right in our courtyard, like in spy rig, and come down with that. That was some crazy crap, dude. What they do?
Oh yeah,
they're hanging off the cable. Yeah, it's pretty wild.
Yeah, the fast rope in. Yeah,
yep, they do it. They were doing that. Yeah, they used to see a lot of that.
I used to rig my helicopter for fast ropes. We drop out 2 out the back, and the special operation guys would just slide down, and off they go, and off we went. Drop the ropes and go.
And go. Yep. These guys would hook up. They'd have you ever see when they spy rig where they hook up?
Oh yeah, when they're for a quick
they come
extraction.
In. Yeah, they what they use that for when they went during Vietnam in the jungles. They could drop you in and use a spin, and you fire away, man, and pop you right out. Yeah. You get in remote locations where you couldn't get to. Yeah, it's pretty. I thought that was the great shit. When I see guys flying through the air, I'm like, oh, this is awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, that stuff was good stuff.
Yeah. So you got any winter projects for your bike, Rody?
No, not exactly. I really don't. I got a couple of doodad things. I'm going to put on a cyber charger from Cero. I have some tie down things from Cero. Nothing major, because the bike is like, I'm waiting until it gets to a certain point, and then I'm going to start tearing into it. I am going to do some motor work to it at some point.
Yeah.
This year, I'm just riding. I just want to go ride. That's my thing. I just love to ride.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
I really, what I need to do is, right now I need to put new sneakers on it. I think I'm going to go with Michelin Commander 3s.
I heard a lot of great things about those.
Yeah. I was just at Harley today talking about having them put on, and because I have the wheel and tire, I still have a warranty on my bike. So that's where a lot of problems lie with it, avoiding that warranty and all that. And
I avoid warranties.
Yeah, I know you do. That's if I could fix them like you do, then I would do that. But I can't.
This bike?
Yeah, well, you can see, look at it.
I put 500 miles on the bike, and I voided the warranty at the 501 mile because I put the pipe on it, I put the tuner on it, put the air cleaner on it, and then at 1,500 miles, I put the stage 2 on it. So
knowledge is power. That's what it is. If you have knowledge, you know how to fix that. You can, you want to, that's great. For me, hey, listen, I just, I throw 500 miles on every time I'm on my bike in the summer. I'm like 400 mile days.
Yeah.
I ride my bike, and that's why I kind of keep it in the stock. I can't afford the things to break, and, but yeah, I just, I got to put new sneakers on it. One thing I've been thinking about doing too is, putting a suspension in there, and I'm going to talk to Drew about it. Hell's on two wheels. And
I'm a fan of Legend.
Yeah. My buddy had Legends. He's had them. And
good night, Frogzilla.
See you later, Frogzilla. And I hear a lot of good things about suspension technology.
Yep.
It's it's really an up and coming I don't know how long they've been around, but
Yeah, so I don't know anything about them.
Yeah.
I was talking to guys from Fox Suspension last year at Daytona.
they do a lot
And-
of the off-road crap, Fox. That
Yeah.
they do that.
And that was their selling point to me. Like, well, every time you watch like a Baja race or a dirt bike race or
Like I
the
put Fox on my
adventure
TV.
bikes, they're all running Fox Suspension. That's for a reason. I says, yeah, but I'm not taking my $43,000 CVO in a Baja or off-roading.
No shit.
And he's like, well, if you think if those shocks could handle that, don't you think they'll handle the road? I'm like, you know what? I said to him point blank, I says, I tell you what, if you want to send me your front and rear shocks, I'll do an install video of them. I'll do a review of them. I'll do a 1,000-mile review, and I'll do a 5,000-mile review. And, and I'll be honest. And that's the last I ever heard from him.
Right. They're not going to hear from him. That's something you would put like on your Jeep or something, those shocks.
Yep.
That's kind of, but yeah.
No, I would, if I was looking at another brand, Olin's. I've used Olin's in my race cars.
Yep. Very good.
I actually called Harley out in a couple of my videos.
What did you run for race cars? Modifieds?
I ran in the SCCA Solo 2 class, which is autocrossing.
Okay.
And I ran a Mazda Miata. Stock, it had a 1.8 liter, but it was built by Mazda Speed Development to a 2.2 liter with running 8-to-1 compression. I had a 1 liter Eaton supercharger on there making 17 pounds of boost. That car stock is like 80 horsepower at the crank.
Mm-hmm.
When I got done with dyno tuning and everything, I was over 2.25 at the tires.
Where were you racing these at? Were you
I raced in the Pro Solo and in the national circuit. So
you raced on the national circuit. Oh shit.
Yeah. So I would be in Fort Devens, Mass, Topeka, Kansas, Peru, Indiana, Central Valley, Florida, Virginia Beach. And I would drive my race car to the events.
Yeah, because you can register it.
Yeah, it's street legal.
What was that thing? What was the fuel mileage on that thing driving them to the events?
I would get about 240 miles out of a tank of gas.
Wow.
And I had to run premium. Well, I put the car in it. Believe it or not, those little Miatas, it was a 95 Miata.
Didn't the Miatas have a rotary engine in them?
No. Inline 4. And
I thought they had rotary engines.
No, that was the RX-7 and the RX-8.
The RXs had them. I thought the Miatas had them.
Nope.
That's what I was.
And you could put one in per the rule book. But they don't make torque, they make horsepower.
Right.
So, on the scales, on a stock configuration, bone stock, car, believe it or not, was 3,500 pounds. When I got done with that car,
pretty heavy.
I had it down to 1,950 pounds with 3 gallons of gas in the gas tank.
Jesus Christ. Now that when you were racing, were you racing on oval tracks? Were you racing on like courses or was
autocrossing? It's a course laid out either on parking lots or runways with cones. And a way your solo run is, it's you on the course and time. And if you hit a cone, it adds 2 seconds. You could win or lose a race by thousandths of a second. So if you hit a cone and add 2 seconds to your time, you could go from, the top 5 to the bottom 30.
Real quick.
Real fast.
Wow.
PA Bikers. I have an 06 Sportster. Is that an Evo motor? Well, I don't know.
Evo.
Is it Evo? Yeah, but it is an Evo motor.
It is evil too.
Yeah. The Evos on the Sportster didn't end till 2022. It was the last year they produced the Evo motor on a Sportster.
Yep, last year.
What's up, Ray? Motor Life.
Except.
Welcome.
What's up, Ray?
You're spending time with his kids. That's the best thing you could do.
Mm-hmm.
But like I was saying. So, you that's how that race is won. But on a pro solo, it's 2 courses that are mirrored, and you have a drag racing Christmas tree. So you could lose the race right at the start by red lighting.
Oh crap! So as soon as you take off, you go by the Christmas tree. And
Yep. And you do in the pro solo, you do 2 runs, one run in one side, the other run in the other, and they take the average of the 2 times.
Wow, that's different.
Yeah,
that's more technical racing. You got to be a lot technical doing that.
Yes, it's not about having a fast car. Right. It's about the driver and his abilities. But you could take a car like a 95 Saturn against a 95 Corvette. Okay, there's that, but they have what they call a pax factor. So they, the handicap would go towards the Saturn.
It's kind of like
and really hurt the Corvette. So then it evens the field. So no matter what you're driving, it comes down to driver, not the car.
Right.
I loved autocrossing. It was a lot of fun. A lot of money. I actually got sponsored by Avon Racing Tires.
Oh, shoot.
Yeah, and
I didn't even know that. To be honest with you, I never knew that existed. That kind of racing.
Oh yeah.
I'm accustomed to being in New England. I live near Seacon Speedway, not far from there. Hop, skip, and a jump, and that's a small. They call it the fast track in the east, small oval, and then we have Thompson.
Yep.
And then we go up to New Hampshire. You got that Loudon, and then you got the Epic Raceway. You got the drags. But that you don't see, then you watch the modifieds run, the big guys there. And then you don't see those courses like you're talking about here. Normally you don't get to see that here.
No, because it's not a spectator sport, nor is it a televised sport. A lot of people start off autocrossing. A lot of big race car drivers, usually an Indy car, and a couple Formula One guys started off autocrossing and moved up from there.
Of course, because that's technique. You're learning technique.
Yes.
That's all technique.
All technical driving.
Yep. That's why I say everybody should go take a slow maneuver course. That's technique.
Yep. That's when I learned slow is fast. Think ahead, plan ahead. Just slow down the movements in the cockpit. You'll go faster.
It's a mindset.
CT Rider, Zero CT Rider, good night.
Good night.
Thanks for stopping in. I appreciate it. Northeast Racing, good night. Thanks for stopping in. I appreciate it. Yeah, well, I'm saying it. Hey, guys, I appreciate everybody coming by tonight, joining in on the conversation. Either it's in the side chat or, Roadie Riders here joining in. Again, if you guys want to join in, feel free because, I'm trying to, you know what? I'm just going to do it manual.
There you go.
I'm just going to do it manual.
What do you think about the Screaming Eagle 110 motor?
I had one for 800 miles.
Not bad, huh? 800. What happened to it? Like just fell apart on you? Oh.
Nope. There were a lot of known problematic issues with that motor, with cracking, with stress fractures, because when Harley built the 110, all they did was bore out the 103 cylinders and the casing. They didn't build a motor for the 110 like they did
used
for the
bottom
107.
end. They just put a bottom end that slipped on jugs.
Yep. They bored out the bottom end and then slipped on jugs with bigger pistons. Well, the jugs weren't even bigger. They were the 98 cubic inch jugs, and they bored them out. So the cylinder walls were thinner.
Yep.
So, they were having all
Heat,
sort.
crack, heat, cold, warm, cold. You're gonna get the cracks. Yes.
Whether it was on the cylinders or in the
it's like,
case.
my kid has a
And which was a shame because that 110 I had on my CVO breakout.
my son has the Fat Boy Night, Fat Boy, and with the 110 in the screen. I mean, that thing has torque in that motor.
Oh, yeah.
Holy crap. Oh, man, that thing goes.
Oh, yeah.
I just didn't know, I just didn't understand. Like, they kind of went from the 103, 110, and they put that in the CVO models, I believe. Some CVO models, if I'm not mistaken, the 110. And then that was it. You don't go on. You don't see too many of them out there.
Yeah, you don't. So it's
I had what my issue I was getting was a little bit of with the M8 when I went to the M8. I had a 103 2011 Street Glide with the 103 in it, and when I went to the M8, I was getting that little bit of oil blow by in the because of the compression inside that motor.
Yep.
So I ended up going to A1 Motorsports. He's from around here. And I put a filter off the dipstick up underneath it. That solved the problem.
Yeah.
And it solved the problem. Only problem is my dumbass did an oil change on it. And I put the recommended oil by Harley in there. And then all of a sudden I'm in Jersey and I got oil all over the place. I'm like, what the hell? Yep. I got back, gave him a call, and he gave me a ration, an earful. Tell me, don't you watch my videos? And I had watched his videos. I just forgot about it. So you cannot fill that crank.
All where it's supposed to. Like on this bike here, I have the dipstick from fueling. And fueling tells you 2 dots below the full mark.
That's right. That's what he says too. He's 2 dots below. Yep.
And so that's what I do. And believe it or not, because you're venting that lower crankcase and it's not pressurizing, the motor spinning freer, so you're actually gaining horsepower.
I know, like and it smooths the bike out, and I'm not getting that pinging either. Like these things ping. You get some pinging. That's not because I put 93 in there.
Yep.
And the only time I'll get it to ping when it's like 100 degrees out and the motor.
There's nothing you can do about it at that point. The pre-ignition and detonations happen because of the ambient air temp.
Correct. That's right. And I I got friends. Oh, my bike's, dude, it's so hot. It's the ambient temperature. Like, you're not going to stop that. But like this time of the year, I get zero pain. Like, it's just like so smooth. I got a lot of
the oxygen ratio in the air. There's so much more oxygen in the air that you're going to create more power because the oxygen levels are so high because it's not getting burnt off from the humidity and the heat and all of that. Cold air makes power.
Cold air induction. I don't know. Do they make them for Harleys? That's a cold air induction right there.
Yeah.
Wow. That makes a big difference. I can tell, like a stock bike, riding my bike in the summer months, and then I start riding it now where it's dead winter with 30 degrees, 40 degrees out. The bike performs totally different.
Oh, yeah.
The throttle response time, it's just
different bike. It's a different animal.
It wakes right up. It's like, oh my God, why, but it's cold air. It loves the cold air. It just loves that cold air. I think I put a bigger breather on it. So yeah, it goes for a stock bike. I'm pretty happy with it, but
listen, when I was in the club, there were members that kept their bikes stock.
What I realized coming, doing the long rides, I realized in that 3rd to 5th gear range is just I'm blaring now. Like, it's just like I need more. It's not there, and that's it is enough. Don't get me wrong, but it needs that little kick in the ass.
Yeah,
just needs that.
Nothing 100 shot of nitrous can't fix.
No.
It'll blow your motor apart the first time you hit the button, but it'll go like hell for a second.
You You might be off the bike somewhere too. The bike's still going by itself. Yeah.
But I was talking to somebody and they're talking about nitrous. And I says, to be honest with you, on an air-cooled motor, a 10, 20 shot at the most. And you're really pushing it at a 20 shot.
Yeah, you're going to blow that thing right up.
You know, I says, if you want to build a motor that's bulletproof, it's still going to break.
Mm-hmm.
You could go with ARP studs and nuts all you want. You could get all the CNC machine stuff all you want. You know what? When you hit it with that type of nitrous oxide, and even at a 10 shot, you're putting a lot of undue stress on your connecting rods. And you can have H-beam rods all you want. They will twist. They will break.
They will snap.
And they will come through your motor.
Mm-hmm. It might come through your leg and then cause more damage.
Or through your crotch.
Yeah, that would be even worse.
I said, but if you really wanted to go with some sort of additive, I would suggest going with a small boosted turbo, anywhere from 4 to 7 pounds of boost. But you have to build a motor for that. It's got to be a low compression motor. You got to have, like a twin cooled bike is perfect for that. Like I want to put a turbo on this.
Mm-hmm.
But after the 131.
That's not a bike you're gonna. If you do that, you're not gonna be riding that
cross country.
No, you're not gonna do
That's
that.
what the road glide's for.
Right. Exactly.
This bike is my, pissed off angry bike.
Mm-hmm.
That when I'm pissed off and angry, I go beat the snots out of it, and I come back and I'm right with the world again.
Yeah. So here's a question you can throw out too. Do you fuel up sitting on the bike or off the bike?
Sitting on it. I had to think about it.
I do not sit on a bike. I've seen too many bad things happen. People fueling up sitting on a bike. So.
I do it just so I could watch the fuel, the levels, because I like to bring it right to the very top of the bottom of where the fuel cap would go.
Mm-hmm.
That's a full tank.
Fingers are in the.
Yep. Yeah. That's the full tank, and that's where I fill it to. And I'll shake it and, get the air bubbles out of it. And
you haven't had that. I'm sure you have. You had spillover. Oh, that's got to be.
Oh, I have.
Oh, that's.
If I said I haven't, I'd be lying to you.
Yeah.
But I had some fuel spillage, and that's why I always carry a rag with me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've learned my lesson once with that. And I'm like, nope, I'll never do that again. So I get off the bike. So I was just, curious how many people do that. You see people pulling up, and then, a lot of people do it if you have a wife or somebody else that you ride with, a lot of times they hand the nozzle over to you so you can fill up, and they'll sit on the bike. But I'm one that I get off of it. I get off the bike. So I'm
surprised no HD Traveler tonight.
I know, my buddy. Yeah, yeah. He is the manager for Noggin.
Yeah.
Noggin's manager. He's probably out there. Maybe he came home and went riding. He does live in Texas, so
yeah.
Maybe he took
He does. And I'll be honest with you, I've been in Fort Hood, Texas in the wintertime, and it gets cold in Texas at night.
Mm-hmm.
It does.
It's like the desert out there. It's kind of similar.
Well, it's a vegetational desert. The trees aren't that tall.
Mm-hmm.
I call them bushes. They call them trees.
How far west have you been on the bike?
On the bike, Sturgis, South Dakota.
So you've been to Sturgis. Nothing past that. Nothing.
I have no desire to go to California.
No. I had a family member that lived there for almost 30 years. I used to frequently visit out there, and you keep that. I wouldn't mind riding PCH on a bike because I never got to do that.
Well, to be honest with you, my dream ride, which I want to do when I retire, I'm going to take a month. I'm going to leave Connecticut and go to Detroit and start my dream ride in Detroit at the very beginning of Route 66.
Yeah.
Ride that all the way down to Santa Monica, California, and take my time because there's going to be a lot of cool stuff along the way that I'm going to want to see that, these small towns that time forgot.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
And, hit Santa Monica for a day or two, and leave, and then head towards
North.
Tombstone, Arizona.
I'm gonna go.
Go through Old Town in Albuquerque, New Mexico.
South.
Go through the Panhandle. Make
Mhm.
my way up to the backside of the Tail of the Dragon. Ride that out to the Blue Ridge Parkway. Ride the Blue Ridge Parkway north, and then
right home.
from there make my way back to Connecticut.
Mm-hmm.
That's my dream ride.
That would be a hell of a ride. That's a nice ride. Yeah, that's at least a month.
Yeah.
You're gonna need. Absolutely.
Ray, I figured that, with Bry having his live Wednesday night as well. Unfortunately, there's only so many days in a week to do lives.
Yep.
I might switch up premiering videos on Wednesdays and doing lives on Sundays.
It's what's crazy is as you get toward riding season, this live chat stuff slows down because everybody's out doing their thing.
Yeah.
If this is a winter, in the winter you see more people buying time for live chats. But
Ray's a funny guy. He thinks that's his bike behind me.
You're gonna send me that bike. It is funny.
Do you want it now, or do you want to wait till after I put the 131 in it, Ray?
Yeah, until the check clears.
Credit card statement's already been processed.
Mm-hmm. That's awesome.
Ray, come on in, bro.
That is a nice looking bike, though. When you moved your head, I noticed that the double intake. Like I didn't realize that was on there until you pointed out. Yeah,
I had that before Pro Monkey. What's up, Slim Jim? Before Pro Monkey got his for Mrs. Monkey. Got one like that in chrome for Mrs. Monkey.
Mm-hmm.
I've actually had that on the bike now. This summer will be 3 years.
Oh.
Hey, HD Travelers here. What's up, my brother? We were just talking about you. Where you are.
That could be my kid.
Good to see you, my brother.
He must have worked late today. Either he worked late today, or he came home early and took his bike for a ride.
Oh, he's still at the game with the kids. Must be a good game.
It's got to be hoops. You're playing hoops.
I guess. I think they do play hoops as kids.
Noggin, Noggin came in and left. I was hoping to see him, see what he was up to.
He's a noggin.
Yeah, he's funny.
The Moto Nugget.
Man, that's a good dude right there. He is. Yeah. I only got to meet
I'm going to coin him Moto Nugget.
Moto Nugget. Yeah. I was so looking forward for me and Corey going with him with that sports that his and it was going to be a riot. That was going to be
yeah.
So, I'm praying a guy that I have I'm trying to convince my son to going down to Daytona again this year. He said you don't want to go, and I'm like, come on, man, you gotta come.
Well, congratulations to your daughter. I hope they win.
Yep, B-ball. Yep, they're in the finals. Awesome. That is cool.
It's Noggin 3.1.
Yeah, the 3.1. Yeah. Yeah.
I call him the Nugget, the Moto Nugget. And if he was on here, I'd call him Moto Nugget to his face. And I mean it with much respect. He's a good dude. I like him a lot.
He's fun. He can take a ribbon. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I tell you, it's going to be interesting down in Mexico.
Yeah, I know. I hope I'm in Mexico. I hope I get to Mexico. I'm just waiting. I'm kind of waiting for Tweedledee to kind of give me a shout out at what day and stuff, because I don't know how much time I can get down there. If I, because I'm not going to be bringing my bike. I won't be having my bike at that time. So, but I will definitely try to hang out with everybody. I'm really looking forward to also Laconia. I'm definitely going to Laconia. That is a given. So.
HD Travel Nugget 3.1.
Nugget 3.1. Moto Nugget. He's gonna be a nugget, all right.
Gold's a nugget, and gold's worth something.
Were you on last night? Nugget?
Yes.
Okay. So Drew jumped in, right? Hell's jumped
on with his bike and did a rip.
Oh my God. I'm like, this is gonna be great.
I keep telling Moto Noggin that, I always root for the underdog, so I'm rooting for Hells.
Yeah, yeah. He's that bike's a beast. I think. I don't know what he put in it, but I know it's a beast.
Yeah,
It'll be a beast. So,
you know, I have a few ideas what's in it, but I'm not saying.
yeah.
I don't want to steal his thunder. Seeing the pictures that was posted today, looking at
Whatever.
the motor, I was looking at it going, oh boy, that's going to be a ripper.
Yeah. And you know what? What's great is that he's setting it up so he can do the long rides too. That my understanding, because he's planning on riding
Oh, yeah.
with
That's the trick. Building
Yeah.
a high performance motor that could make the long hauls reliably,
that's the key to it.
you know,
Yeah.
and it can be done.
Oh, I know somebody's doing it right now.
Yeah. If you
I know
talk
somebody
to
does it.
John Baxter from Baxter's Garage, I don't know
Mhm.
if you watch any of his videos.
No.
Guy's a phenomenal engine builder.
Mhm.
He's forgotten more stuff about building engines than I'll ever learn. He's phenomenal. I love watching his motor build series. But he will tell you, okay, you want a high performance motor. Do you still want to tour with this motor, or is this something that you're going to race and rebuild? We could do that, one or the other, or anything in between.
Build it up, tear it down. That's racing. Build it up, tear it down. Build it up, tear it down. Or do you want to go, hey, you're going from Florida to Maine. Here's, and you want that horsepower, you want that torque. You got to be limited where it is. You got the power range, the power band where you're at is what is the whole thing. What do you want to do?
No, that's not a Trax turbo on my bike. I want one, but that's just a S&S dual cone air filter on there. I wish it was a Trax turbo. But yeah, he's awesome. If you get a chance, check his channel out, man. He does some amazing motor builds. And people ship him their motors or the whole bike.
Holy
and he tears them down.
He's that good, huh?
Oh,
He's doing that.
This guy,
sending them bikes.
Like I said, he's forgotten more about building motors than I'll ever learn. I would love to spend a week in his shop just picking his brain and working with him, because the guy is just phenomenal. He really is. And, he's an old school motor building guy.
That's why he's so good at it. He's old school.
He could tear down the early flatheads to the current Milwaukee 8s and build them and
because he grew with it. You know what I mean? He started from near the beginning where, and he grew with it. It's like these guys now, people get these bikes and they got the twin, the 103s, the 98s, and they just kind of, I'm going to have I'm going to zoop this bike up, and they don't really understand it. They don't indulge themselves in what it is, or compression and torque, and, just, they don't get it.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden their bike is in the garage broken.
Yeah. I mean, if you want to add, like, HG Travelers talk about turbos, you want to add forced induction to any motor. The 131 motor is going to have, I think it's like 11-to-1 compression. If I put a turbo on that, I'm going to have to change the pistons and get that down to about 8-to-1.
Lower that.
That's
Or you're going to be, that thing's going to blow up on you.
Yeah. And, I would love to do that. And
what do you think that out of just leaving a motor with the stock pistons, the stock, valves, the stock, just everything stock in there? What horsepower you think you get out of a stock just changing a cam, like just cams?
Well, let's start off with what motor, what size motor?
Right behind you.
That 114.
Yep.
I'm gonna back up the shit. I could talk right now.
Okay.
Okay.
Here we go. This is the need to know basis.
Nope. This bike has got the S&S 2-in-1 competition pipe, right? It has the S&S ported and polished intake manifold, 55 millimeter. It has the S&S oil pump and cam plate and tappet cuffs. It has the Zippers 468 cam.
That's what's in there.
It has a AIM variable rate pressure plate for the clutch side of it. I still have the stock push rods because it's a bolt-in cam. I didn't have to put in adjustables. And it's a 114.
What's it pushing?
It's pushing 106.74 RPM, 106.74 horsepower at 5.36 RPM. The max torque is 125.45 at
Oh crap!
3,600 RPM.
Jesus Christ!
Now, remember I said I'm going to back up the shit I could talk?
Holy shit! That's nice. See that? Oh, that the way that thing's. That's nice.
That dip in the beginning over here?
Yep.
That's because of the competition pipe and the baffle that I put in there.
So that's what makes that do that.
And that dip starts to climb at 2,700 RPM. It starts to dip down at 2,300, and at 2,700, it starts to climb back up. So it's in an area that you really don't really get on the bike with.
That's awesome. That bike just must sit and hum right down the highway. Just
and that motor's coming out.
Yeah, they put the 131 in. Oh, shit. What are you doing with that motor?
I'm probably going to sell it, to be honest with you. I'm probably going to sell it as it sits with all that stuff in it. And there's not even 4,000 miles on the cam, the lifters, the cam plate, the oil pump, the variable rate pressure plate. I'm probably going to sell that motor.
There you go. I'm sure there'll be a buyer for that.
Yeah, I want to recoup some of the money I spent on the 131. And if I can't sell it, I'm going to be ordering an engine stand. If I can't sell it, then I'll put it in the living room.
As a memento. Sit still.
The wife already says, I'm good with it. As a matter of fact, I have a lamp that was made out of an FXR shock in the living room.
That's awesome. That's great. Yeah, we'll be able to meet soon.
But
cool,
so yeah. Now my 19 Street Glide, which had the same motor, but they're different because the touring motors have two counterbalancers where the soft tails only have one counterbalancer in the motor.
Right. Because the way they mount to the frame.
Yep. And I had the Vance & Hines Power Dual muffler. Power Duals had pipe with the Tap Performance Zombie baffle mufflers. That bike sounded great.
That's loud.
The only thing I didn't do to that bike was the S&S ported and polished intake manifold. It still had the stock intake manifold on it. And to be honest with you, it was because of budget.
Right.
And that bike made 97 horse at 4,000 RPM at 125 foot-pounds of torque at 3,200 RPM.
Holy crap. That torque is right there. That's nice. That's what it is. That's what that's what you want.
I bought torque cams, not horsepower cams. And the reason why I get such good torque, good numbers out of my stage twos is I actually take the time and I will measure the lifter
Each one of
boards.
the lift is all the way around. Yep.
And I will order lifters to fit that board, whether it's a half a thousandths oversized or 1,000ths oversized. I've seen at the most at 1.75 thousandths oversized. And I will order the lifters for that bore.
They stay nice and tight in there.
You don't want them tight.
Too tight.
You want them to drop in slowly,
So-
slip fit with no shake. And when I put the lifter cuffs on, I will put a 2000s feeler gauge on one side, which, let's say the forward jug. I will put a 2000s feeler gauge between the lifter and the lifter cuff on both the intake and exhaust side. And then I will rotate that motor around.
Yep.
And if that lifter hangs up, then I will loosen that lifter cuff and I'll put a 1000s feeler gauge there.
I see what you do. Yeah, I get you.
Because
it gets
I am
to where
trying to minimize the parasitic drag of a motor.
And that happens up in the lifters. Those lifters will do that. They'll drag
and rob you of power and torque.
Yep.
So if you can imagine, I'm that anal just with lifters. Could you imagine me doing a motor build?
That's craziness.
When I did the heads on my Evo, I spent literally a solid 18 hours on each head. I spent 3 6-hour sessions with just porting and polishing.
That's a lot.
And then, of course, when I got done with one session, I go to the flow bench. I come back, do a little more. And I come back, I do a little bit more, go back, and okay. And the guy says, if you do any more of these heads, you're going to destroy them.
Mm-hmm.
And then I had to build it. I had to drill and tap in compression relief valves and the Evo heads because with the SNS 585 cam, SNS says that cam won't fit in that case.
Okay.
You're going to have to clearance the case. I says, yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Then I clearance the rocker boxes. Yep. I had to put titanium valve springs.
Must be nice to have a machine shop.
Huh?
It must be nice to have some machine shop basically to do that, don't you?
Yeah, let me show you my machine shop.
It ain't no Dremel. Oh, shit.
It is a Dremel.
You did it with a Dremel. Oh my God. Holy shit. How'd you keep the tolerance that with it by hand? That's crazy.
For porting and polishing.
Yeah.
I use machinist blue and I port match the gaskets or the I just start port matching and I start smoothing and massaging and flowing.
God, no wonder why it takes that long. Whew, you're a man.
But you know what?
Whew.
You know what? I bet you've never seen an Evo motor make 140 foot-pounds of torque.
Probably not.
I took it to a dyno shootout competition. They asked me what I did to the motor. And I told them I ported and polished the heads myself. I have an SNS 585 cam in there that had to clearance the motor, clearance the rocker boxes for. I put a Revolution 85 cubic inch top end in it, pistons and cylinders. I have an SNS intake manifold with an SNS Super E carb. And I have the Vance Hines short shots, which are not good for torque.
No, they lose that. Yeah, sure. My kid has shot.
And he's like, okay, we'll put you into the up to 100 horsepower category. I said, okay, no problem. Because I had no idea what it was making. None. They made a first run and made 120 horse. They didn't believe it. They took the bike off. They recalibrated the dyno. And that was a cold motor.
It was a cold motor that you put back on? Oh, that was a cold motor when you put it on the first time.
When I put it on.
It was still warm when you got it on again.
They put it back on a warm motor, made 118 horses at 140 foot-pounds of torque. They did a third and final run, and it made 118 horses at 140 foot-pounds of torque. And they says, I decimated the up to 100 horsepower class. They says, okay, you got to go up to the 150 horsepower class because their buddy wasn't going to win. Because I destroyed his buddies. And they're like, you didn't shoot. They're like, who built the motor? I says, I did. Who tuned it? I did.
They probably didn't believe you.
No.
They probably looked at you and said, no way.
Then when I explained to them what I did, then they believed me. And they're like, you want a job? I'm like, no.
That's fanaticism, though, to do it like that. That's you. How many people like you out there that would do something like that?
There's a lot. I'm very anal, and you know, I used all metal with the rubber infused gaskets. So if there was any imperfections in mating surfaces, that the rubber infused part of the gasket would have been taken up that, so it wasn't going to leak or lose compression or things like that. I get to the point where when I order when I go get head gaskets, I'll order 10. And I'll mic up.
You'll mic them up.
What I'll do is I'll mic the clearance from the top of the cylinder to the top of the piston. Then I'll measure the head gasket, because uncompressed, I want a clearance between the top of that piston and the top of that head gasket. Uncompressed is I want a 30 thousandths gap. And you could take 10 gaskets off the shelf
and they'll be
mic them up different. And have all different.
All different. Yep.
So I will pick the gasket per the cylinder.
Holy crap. And they're off by a lot, believe it or not, huh? I bet you that they're off.
3,000s, 4,000s?
Yeah, they're off. Yeah.
Because they're all mass produced.
Mm-hmm. When it's going through the mill, it just punches them, and they don't, you know. All they do is try.
That's why I don't build motors, because I could literally spend, if I was to just do the top end of this, do a 131 bolt-on kit.
Yep.
I could spend 60 to 80 working hours before I was happy with putting the rock arms on.
Wow. I
would probably go through.
Now, what about the spring, like the springs and stuff? What you know? How about measurement? No, like the strength of the strings.
Usually, like on my Evo, I went with titanium springs, and they were a beehive shape. So when they would open, they wouldn't bounce in. The spring wouldn't hit itself. It would collapse and then snap close.
Back up. Yep.
You know, the springs weren't going bang, 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 bang. Right. They would actually fall inside of each other. So you had no
kind of like a
you had no valve train noise. Well, I'm pretty anal when it comes to stuff like that.
That's pretty crazy, man. That's a lot. You know, you have to have patience as a saint, because to do that would drive me insane. To be that precise.
Yeah, well,
man, because it's you got how many times you have to walk away. You got to walk away, and how many times you've walked away and forgot, like, oh shit, what do I did?
I never walk away in a place I won't know where to pick up from when I get back. I even mic the base gaskets.
Jesus.
Because I'd want both cylinders
even, or like
even. I don't want them 1,000ths off. I want them
everything's even.
Within 100,000ths off is fine, but 1,000ths off is not fine.
That is nothing. Thousands,
yeah,
that's even nothing. But still, it's something,
right? I mean, when I was in high school, I had a '69 Chevelle SS. It was a factory 454. And I was in automotive shop. And when I got done with my teacher, by the time I was 17 years old, the motor was done. We put a 4-speed Muncie in it. We tubbed the back.
I remember those days of those cars.
That motor on the engine dyno, all motor, no nitrous, no turbos, no force induction.
Was it pulling wheelies?
Just a Harley 850 Quadrojet with a double pumper, made 900 horses at the flywheel.
Holy shit.
I had a 460, 410 duration cam in that thing.
Wow, that car, that's a stock, that's to drag. That car is like, that's not.
And a 17-year-old male was driving it. What do you think happened to that car?
Probably cracked it up.
It found the end of its life around the telephone pole.
Yeah.
The cop showed up. Whose car? His. Who's driving it? I don't know. He ran through the woods.
I spent probably a year in automotives, and then I ended up going over to the drafting classes because I got into drafting. And yeah, in the time I was in there, these guys were building cars like that. Yeah, yeah.
One of my classmates,
It's crazy.
he had a 69 Camaro SS with a 350.
Yeah.
And, yeah.
They're coming out of the parking lot sideways all the time. Oh, just
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we ran up on the local highway for $200, and I'm still waiting on that money.
Yeah. I guess you're holding your breath.
Yeah. As a matter of fact, I saw him at a reunion. I looked and says, "Hey, where you got my $200?"
Buddy?
He's like, "Seriously?
Yeah.
It's our 25th anniversary. You're still worried about $200?"
Yep.
I says, "That's a bet, bro."
Yep. Yeah. Yeah. That was back in the 70s and the cars you could literally make horsepower easily with those cars.
Oh God, yeah. I mean, you could grab a
Points
Camaro with a 305 and put a Pontiac 400 in it,
and then do what you got. Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah. You can put a 6.6 liter in it.
To me, I open up a car hood today and I shot it. I'm like, all you see is plastic. You don't even see a motor in it. You don't even know there's a motor in that thing.
Yeah, my Mercedes. I open up the hood and I'm sitting there and I'm looking, going, where the hell do I put oil in this goddamn thing? Where's the dipstick?
Yeah.
I'm a mechanic.
You're the guy that's lifting up the hood is the dipstick.
Yeah.
I'm the dipstick. I'm like, what?
I did find it though.
Yeah.
Oh,
but yeah, you eventually will.
It's a C450 AMG.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, nice.
So it's a V6 twin turbo, 400 foot-pounds of torque at all four wheels.
4-wheel drive.
All-wheel drive. With traction control, stability control. Thank God it has it, because when I get in a corner and I get on that gas,
it stays. It's like a Corvette. It just sits there. It just.
But
that's a fun car to drive.
Oh yeah, and I fell into this car. I bought it in 2021, in September of 2021. In March of 2021, I bought a Chevy Silverado for $42,000. And I ended up trading it in September, right? 6 months I had the car, the truck. And they gave me $49,000 on trade.
Yeah, that's when the COVID crap was going on.
Yes.
Right? Yeah, they would give me oh my God.
Because you couldn't get trucks.
Nope. No.
And nothing. They were only asking $33,500 for the Mercedes.
Wow.
I made money off that Silverado. I hated that truck.
What year is that Mercedes?
2016.
Wow.
The C450 is a one model year car, because in 17 they came out.
I remember when they came out that because the badging on it in the front.
Yeah, but in 17 they came out the C43 and the C63 for the AMGs.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't have an AMG in 2015 in a C class. What up, DDK?
DDK in the house. It's not much, DDK. Hanging in there, buddy.
So, yeah, I love that car. It's got all the luxury of Mercedes. The front of the seat extends. It's got 10-way adjustable driver and passenger seat.
It's so comfortable.
The suspension is phenomenal.
It's a luxury car with power.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
And it's a small C class, so it's not like they're
not the big, that big, Mercedes going down the road. It's nice and portable and comfortable. Nice looking car too. It's very nice looking. Easy on the eyes.
PA 65, if you want, you order all the parts. They'll fit in your saddlebags. Right up here with your parts. We'll do it together. We'll do a video.
Wow. That's awesome.
How's that sound?
That'd be cool. That would be cool. I didn't realize that when you got on, when I started seeing your chats and online, because I was like, Doc Harley, man, from Connecticut. I'm like, I'm thinking DOC Doc Harley from the Harley.
Yeah, out of uh,
I'm like,
Charlotte, North Carolina.
and then you said Connecticut. I'm like, well, where the hell in Connecticut could he be? And I said, damn, you're only like 98 miles away from me. If that,
Yeah.
that's like nothing. Like
The
that's like a hop,
name
skip, and a jump.
Dr. Harley came from friends of mine because I used to have my shop in here called Chops Custom Cycles. And they used to say, I'm going to see Dr. Harley.
Mm-hmm.
Dr. Harley, I need you to work on my bike. And I'm like, yeah, no problem. So that's where the name Dr. Harley came from, was from all my friends and clients that come here. They always called me the Harley Doctor or Dr. Harley.
Has Doc Harley ever got a hold of you? Just say
Nope.
hello?
Nope.
I'm surprised.
Well, their
he does.
YouTube channel is Low Country Harley Davidson.
Yeah, he's in the Harley.
His first name is Doc.
It is, yes. Yep.
And Harley is just a handle he uses with it. And yes, Gillette Castle, from my understanding, is still open. I haven't been there in years.
I bet I was just there maybe 5 months ago. Yeah, I don't know if it's open now. That's a nice ride out there.
Yeah, it is. I love going over 66 to get out there,
Yeah, I take 66 to Willimantic out that way.
PA Biker, I look forward to it, man. It'll be a good time. Trust me. You and I were wrenching on your bike. I got all the tools. I got the bearing pullers. I got everything to do your job and do it right. And we'll set it up right. And, get you a can tune on there. And then, at your leisure, go get it dyno tuned.
What kind of bike does he have, PA Biker?
He's got a 96. It's a 96 cubic inch touring bike. I will definitely hit you up when I get to Gettysburg. You don't live too far away, right? Need a place to stay. Thank you. I appreciate it. I've already got my reservations at a B&B on the battlefield. And if I cancel that, then you'll be attending my funeral because my wife will kill me because I stayed there last year and she didn't go and she wanted to go this year and she wants to stay there. So we're staying there. You know what they say? Happy spouse, happy house.
That's correct. That's 100%.
She lets me drop $6,000 on a whim to order a motor. She wants to stay there. She's staying.
So you're telling you bought a crate motor then?
Yes.
You bought a crate motor, but you're having that taken and having worked onto it.
Yeah.
Dropping can, you just.
I want to drop a cam plate.
What she just say to you?
Tap it.
I also want my book.
Yep. She also wants her bullet.
Her bullet. Yep.
Because when I was there last year, there was a guy there for the Saturday morning breakfast, and he handed out bullets that were taken out of
the ground there.
No, out of one of the buildings from the Civil War.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought I packed them, but unfortunately, this dummy, the Blonde Roots came in, and I left them at the B&B.
So she was a little upset that you didn't bring them with you.
My wife is a huge Civil War buff.
Yeah. I just want to go there because of being in the military and knowing what that was all about. And
here you go. I was there. I was at Fort Indiantown Gap, Pennsylvania for annual training in 2007. And I got promoted to the rank of specialist in 2007. And my unit, the 104th Aviation, decided to promote myself and one other person to the rank of specialist on Cemetery Ridge in Gettysburg.
That's pretty cool.
Pretty cool. So when I came home, I told my wife, and we ended up going back down to Gettysburg and spending a week. And we proceeded to watch one of the reenactors shoot himself in the foot with his musket, but all he got was powder burns and, cuts from the powder and the flash.
What I'm going to probably potentially do is I'm probably going to talk and see what Marine Riders schedule is like and try to coincide with him to go out there and hang out, and because he knows the area so well. So he'll just take me everywhere that I want to go. And It's just that, it just got to figure out when he's working and all that, and when I'm going to, because
Yeah.
they can
I
give me
mean,
directions where to go. Hey, go there, Randy, go here, go there, So,
for everybody who joined us, it's an open mic night at this point. If you want to jump in, there's the link. Feel free. I'd love to have you. But yeah, I love Gettysburg. I really do. I love crawling around Devil's Den, going up to Little Round Top, Big Round Top. I like
have
going.
no idea like what's around there. I just, it just
to go stand where General Robert E. Lee stood, where General Meade stood, to stand in those places on that hallowed ground. It's an amazing, overwhelming feeling.
Yes, they say it's an experience of a lifetime.
Absolutely. You learn some things while you're there. Like at the National Cemetery that was set up by President Abraham Lincoln for those that died during the Battle of Gettysburg. It was ruled that only Union soldiers would be buried there at that time. And the Rousters was not readily available at that time. And you had border states like Maryland, which was a border state. And there were some Maryland soldiers that were killed at the Battle of Gettysburg. And they didn't know if they were Union or Confederate soldiers.
Right.
So they got buried at the National Cemetery. At the end of the war, and all the rosters and names came out.
The names came out. They found that they were Confederates.
They found out they were Confederates. So there are 4 Confederate soldiers buried in the National Cemetery that aren't supposed to be there because they were Confederate soldiers. Even more unique, there are 3 soldiers there that are buried there. And their unit designation is USCT.
What's that? The USC? What's
United States Colored Troop.
Oh, the USCT. Okay. Yep.
So,
yep.
If you look back into history on how colored troops were treated and buried, and these guys were individually given their own burial with their own headstones, can you imagine the brave shit they did?
Oh yeah. During that time, that's some crazy. That's.
You're talking about guys who probably would have won a Medal of Honor.
It's crazy. We were talking about hand-to-hand combat. What you want to talk about? That's all that was. That is.
Because the muskets weren't accurate worth of shit.
No, they go right.
The only reason why they hit somebody because there was a wall of people coming at you.
Right. Exactly. These guys were with bayonets and. Fighting and oh god, that's
DDK. I'm going to tell you, it is a must see.
I gotta go.
Whether you go for the bike week or not, it is a must see. There are many different tours you can do. There's a self-guided tour. There's an audible tour. There's a horseback riding tour. There's a bus tour. There's a driving tour. And trust me, I've been on them all.
That's kind of why, Doc.
And then ghost tours.
That's kind of another reason why I probably would like to go off the bike week where you can enjoy that.
Yes. My plan this year during bike week, we're going to be there Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Friday, I'm doing nothing but doing a guided bus tour. And then, of course, dinner. And that's it. And I'm going to have a great time. Some of the buildings down there still have the bullet holes and marks from the Civil War in them.
Wow.
It's an amazing place to go. It is a sacred place to go as far as U.S. history goes, because at that point in the war, the Confederates have not lost the battle. At that point in the war, the Confederacy was winning battle after battle.
They were still winning.
Pushing north, And the plan was from Robert E. Lee, after they won Gettysburg and broke the back of the Northern Army in the North, was to march south to Washington, D.C. and capture Abraham Lincoln. And then sit down for peaceful talks. So, yeah, there's a lot of history.
Moving parts in Gettysburg.
Yeah. And the reason why Robert E. Lee lost that battle, well, two reasons. One, the Confederates has always been on a defensive posture, never an offensive posture. Gettysburg, they went on the offense. And his cavalry was unaccounted for, so he had no idea what he was facing. He was only facing one brigade at Gettysburg on July 1st, and he had 2 full corps with him. He could have swept
right through them.
Right. But
that's
since he did not know anything and he was blind, he hesitated his attack on the town of Gettysburg until July 3rd and 4th. And at that point is when the Confederacy was actually almost annihilated. They lost 80% of their people.
Yeah.
Well, at that point in the war, all the deserters and cowards are already gone. Everybody that was there is there.
Yeah, right.
To win the war or die.
There was no coming home for the most part.
Yep.
That's crazy. What a different, different tactical war that was compared to what
and
it is today.
I learned more about the Civil War by going to Gettysburg than I did in school books.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, of course. Of course that's, and then, they got curators there, and I'm sure, and there's people that will, So, hey, have you ever been to the, speaking of curators, the Motorcycle Museum up in Tolan? Is it Tolan or
Vernon, Connecticut?
Vernon, yeah, Vernon.
Yes. I actually did a video of that.
Yeah, I've been there.
Ken Kaplan's motorcycle.
Yeah, I took a bunch of guys.
Connecticut Motorcycle Museum, owned by Ken Kaplan, who was actually had a TV show there for a while about motorcycles.
Yep, pretty a lot of cool people. Place.
Yep, I went there. There's a lot of cool bikes in there. There's one bike in there I was strictly enamored by. I got to see if I can find it.
I brought all the guys. They didn't really know where I was going. I took maybe I think it was about 8 of us. And I said, hey, we're going somewhere to a museum. They're like, where's a museum? And I said, don't you worry about it. I just follow me. And I got everybody there. Matter of fact, Black Phoenix Entertainment, he came with us on his Spider. He had a good time. He did a video on it. He did a video. I have video. See, I have video footage of all this stuff. I just haven't put it on YouTube.
Yep. And I can't remember the name of the bike. I can't find the picture of the bike, but it's
was it on the first floor or the second floor?
First floor. It was on a lift. It was red. It was an inline 4-cylinder.
Yes.
Exposed rocker arms.
Yeah, they were exposed.
Hold on.
Yep.
It was shaft driven in the 30s.
Yes.
And the suspension in the seat was rubber bands.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I saw that. That's soon. And they explained that whole thing, where that came from. And
there's less than 10 in the country.
Yep.
And because they were mostly made for
I forget what he told me what it was. They went through the whole spiel on it. I just can't remember.
Yeah. And what an amazing, and right next to that's a classic Indian, but I didn't care about that.
Yeah.
I cared about this very rare.
Was that from France? That bike? Where the heck was that bike from? I forget where.
It started with a B.
Belgium.
Belgian. That's it. It was a Belgian motorcycle.
Yeah.
And to make an inline 4-cylinder with exposed valves and rocker arms.
In the 1930s, dude.
Yeah, shaft driven.
I know, it's crazy. Oh, exposed valves, like tappets. I'm like, how's this thing running? He explained that gentleman that was in there that was telling us the story about everything.
Tall, skinny guy with long hair, right?
Yeah. Oh, that guy knows his shit, dude.
Yes.
Oh man.
You know, I almost took a job with Ken Kaplan working on restoring old bikes.
They got upstairs, they got all the dirt bikes and all that, and all the way back.
Yep, and his store where he's got bikes that he sells up there
at the end. Yeah, but it's a lot of his bikes are dirt bikes. They're all like,
yeah,
he does a lot of dirt bikes.
Yep.
So.
And did you go in the building behind the museum?
No.
I got in there.
There's a restaurant there or something. You had a restaurant?
No. There's an actual motorcycle sales
right in the back. Yes,
in the back, and I actually got to go in it.
I actually went up there where I had my bike to park, and I turned around and I went across the street because the guy came. Oh, you can park across the street. I'm like,
yeah.
But I did see that building. I actually did. Yes.
That was, that's pretty cool. In a few weeks, I'm going to be headed down to the Motorcyclopedia Museum in Newburgh, New York. I don't know if you've ever been there before.
I've been there either. Nope.
That is owned by the gentleman who owns V-Twin Manufacturing.
Okay.
Most of the bikes in there is part of his own private collection. And he has the largest antique Indian collection known.
Jeez. We'll go figure, here in the Northeast.
In the known period.
Mm-hmm.
He has the largest antique Indian collection known. Some of the seats are wicker.
Made out of wicker. Holy crap.
Yes.
You know what's crazy? I asked him.
And then I had to break his heart because he says he has a 1903 downstairs on a rotisserie. And I had to break his heart because I said, there's no way that motorcycle's a 1903. He's like, well, look at the serial number on the motor. I says, yes. And that tells me it's not a 1903.
What year was it?
I'm guessing either a 4 or an 04 and 05, which is still remarkable.
Right.
Because the serial number stamped on the casing is 007. In 1903, Harley-Davidson produced 3 motors. The first engine they produced blew up on the bench. The second one they produced went on their demo motorcycle that they rode around to show off to everybody.
Yep, up and
the third one they sold. And the frame on his bike that's on that rotisserie, it swoops under the engine casing. It follows the contour of the engine casing.
The engine, yep.
That didn't happen until 1905 because they used regular bicycle frames.
They used tubes. Yeah, they used straight tubes.
No, they used a regular bicycle frame.
Mm-hmm. Which was tubal. Yeah, just
which was a tube frame. Yeah. But they just took a bicycle and threw an engine on it.
Mm-hmm.
And then they had the arm with on the leather belt to tighten and loosen it to go faster or slower. And no brakes.
So there's another museum down south, Wheels of Time or something like that.
I want to go there. Dale's Wheels Through Time.
What is it called?
Dale's Wheels Through Time.
Wheels Through Time. And
they give away a knucklehead about every other year.
Is that in Tennessee or where is that?
I think it is Tennessee.
So I'm gonna, I'd love to go there. That'd be a nice ride to go to. And
another nice place to go, and I went in 2019, was the Harley-Davidson Museum in Milwaukee. Hands down, the best places. They have original blueprint drawings from Bill Harley hanging up on the wall. They have
they shut down some of that. My understanding is they consolidated that Milwaukee this year. They started cutting.
They consolidated the world headquarters.
Okay.
Not the museum.
Not the museum. But the headquarters, I know the headquarters, and they also did something here in York too.
I don't know what they did in York, but I know they have not opened up the factory tours yet.
Mm-hmm.
They shut them down due to COVID, and every time I look,
I want to do that.
Temporary closed. I'd done the factory tour in Milwaukee at the powertrain operations, the steel toe tour, the Engines 101 tour, and that was a great time. We went out. It was my 49th birthday. I wanted it for my 50th, but hey, Corey, welcome home.
Farnsworth is one of the bullets and cannonballs in the wall.
Yeah. All right, honey. Good
All right.
night. But you know, their museum is just phenomenal. And come to find out, the Jason Momoa collection that Harley Davidson has in their clothing
Yep.
only available from the museum.
Ah, that's crazy. Well, that's it. It's kind of a good thing where, if you see somebody with that, they went to the museum.
Well, I mean, dealerships want it because people are asking for it.
Yeah. Supply and demand.
Oh, Wheels Through Time is in North Carolina.
Oh, it's in
Thanks,
North Carolina. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I didn't know whether it was in Tennessee or North Carolina. I didn't know where it was. I know.
I don't know either. I've never been. I want to
But
go.
I hear a lot about it, and it's probably a destination.
I really want to go to that. But I'll be back at the museum this year again. The first time I went out, I literally spent from the time they opened to the time they closed on Saturday.
Jesus Christ.
There.
My wife would be flipping.
And oh no, my wife was sitting there in awe with me.
Oh.
And then we had a mid-afternoon flight. So we checked out of the hotel on Sunday. We went back to the museum, had breakfast with a build your own Bloody Mary, which was phenomenal. We spent another half day there. So AC Traveler says it's close to the tail of the dragon.
So it's going to be at the beginning of it.
That's good to know.
Yep. So in York, they had that steel toe. My buddy's been on that. He said that was phenomenal.
Yeah, I want to do that.
Touring bikes. They make all the touring bikes there.
Yep. Well, they build all the bikes there now. Because they closed down the other factories where they used to build the Sportster and the V-Rod.
They ain't building the sports, only the Sportster S and Sportster Nightster. That's it.
Yep.
With the new Rev, that's what they're building. So.
That's the same motor that's in the Pan America, but the Pan America is detuned for more horsepower, less torque, where the Sportster S is tuned for more torque, less horsepower.
Yep. I would love to be able to get a Pan America and do some backcountry roads.
I'm looking forward to doing some demo rides this year.
I'm going to ride that this year.
Not dealer demos, but going up to Yankee and saying, "Hey, I want to road test this bike and do a ride review of this bike and this bike and this bike." And they'll throw a dealer plate on it for me and say, "Yeah, go have fun."
I want to road test the bike behind you.
That one?
Mm-hmm.
No, it's slow right now. Right now it's slow. By springtime, it's going to be a lot faster.
I'm sure. That's the yeah.
I might have to get wheelie bars for it if I ever put a turbo on it.
I'm sure. If you look like a YouTube sensation, that bike going off on you. Honey, can't check this out. There goes the bike, and you're sitting there like, "Where's my bike?" Down the street. Oh crap.
AC Traveler says he can make a joke about the Sportster S, but he won't do it anymore.
No.
Oh, why not?
Yeah, we
Come on, grow a set.
It's too much Sportster S talk.
Yep.
In the last year, 2022 is a Sportster S talk every day.
Why not a supercharger? Because to run a supercharger, I could tell you from personal experience, it robs horsepower and torque.
Mm-hmm.
Turbo is more efficient of making power than over a supercharger.
Cold air induction.
Where like a Pro Charger, supercharger, that will drive off the primary. And the way the kits are, they're ugly as sin. They make that bike look so ugly on the left side of the bike. And let's see, that's old news. Yeah. Went to watch.
Cam. That sucks.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah, traveling tall.
So traveling tall.
Yeah.
And his cam went out.
Camera, yeah.
Oh man,
it's camera. I don't. That's what I'm assuming.
That's too bad.
Hope he wasn't riding and his cam came out.
Yeah,
that would have sucked ass.
that was Moto Noggin. Did you see that one on New Year's Day? He actually caught his camera while he was riding.
Yeah, I saw that. I did get to see that.
Yeah, the supercharger is instant response, but I figured with the 131 with a turbo, it's pretty responsive.
Yeah, that's.
Well, if you size the turbo right, you don't get any lag. You get a lot of lag from people saying, I want the biggest and baddest turbo I could fit under the hood. And it takes a while to spool up. That's why you have that lag. Where if you size the turbo right, you won't get any lag. That's why cars like that Toyota Supra, they were a twin turbo. There's actually two different size turbos. They had a small one that would start to spool at idle and then bypass to the main turbo when it was over 3 pounds of boost. That was something special when they came out. When Toyota came out with that car.
Oh, that car was. My buddy had that car. That thing is like.
That thing was nasty.
Oh,
you know,
it just, yeah. You know, it was a pretty badass car when it came out, the AMC Javelin.
Oh yeah. Oh,
that
absolutely.
Car, you were getting in a space capsule when you're trying to get in that car. It was just like there's no room in that thing. You got in there, you trying to get out of it. It was like you're getting oh man.
Try getting in and out of a Lotus Elise.
Never tried that.
Oh. The door, the bottom of the door jamb.
Yeah.
Literally, it's that wide.
Oh.
And you have to step down into the car.
Yeah.
And you're sitting in a full race seat that's factory.
How you got to get out of that and then step in and then
it's more like you sort of push yourself up and fall out of the car.
Right. It kind
gracefully.
Of like going out. Yeah. Yeah. But I know that I remember my buddy having a Javelin. I got in that car, man. All I know is my head was pinned to the back of the rest on it. And he took one. I'm like, wow, this thing is, and that's stock. That was nothing done to it.
Yeah.
Then I see guys taking those cars and start working on them. Oh my God. And nobody, you don't see many of those around anymore.
No. No. It's AMC, like my neighbor here has an old Chevy Vega.
Oh, yeah. The old Vegas.
Yep. The old Chevy Vega. But he's got a 6.6 liter under the hood. He took the 305 out and dropped it to 6.6.
Yeah. You know what's crazy? You know what they used to use a lot? The Mavericks. They used to take the Ford Mavericks.
Yeah.
Because the front ends were so long, they could put big engines in those things.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, hang on to that thing. Holy crap. Yeah. Guys would be putting wheelie bar, not the wheelie bars, but traction bars on that thing to hold that thing from not spinning the back tires.
I tell you, Corey, if I could ever get a chance to sit in one of those, they better make sure the key is nowhere near me.
Mm-hmm.
Or the fob, because the first thing I'm doing is closing the doors, locking it, firing up, and dumping the clutch and gone.
Paddle shifting all the way. Ping, 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 ping.
Yep. I was at the New York Auto Show this year, and I was very disappointed on the lack of manufacturers that were not there. Mazda wasn't there. Mercedes wasn't there. Toyota was there. Honda was there. Ford and Chevy were there.
The four big ones.
Yeah.
And how about Lamborghini?
Jeep was there.
Lamborghini there?
Nope. The cars that I go to see.
Maserati, Ferrari?
Nope.
So no
BMW,
European?
Nope.
Nothing European?
Nope. Well, you know why? All the European cars that are manufactured in Europe, all of the wiring harnesses were made in the Ukraine.
Oh, Jesus.
So all those plants have been blown up.
Destroyed.
Yes.
No.
Yeah, I think that's everybody's all-time favorite supercar. Actually, is the Bugatti, which would be a hypercar now. It's over 1,200 horse, a Bugatti. Yeah. a Citroen Bucati. You know, who wouldn't want one of those? But I don't have $2.5 million to spend on one. Never mind importing it.
Doc, I'll be right back.
Yeah, man. So if anybody wants to jump in, Corey, anybody, you know, I'll put the link up again and, you know, come and join us. But, you know, yeah, I love hypercars. I love supercars. You know, to me, they're unobtainium. Like my dream motorcycle, the 36 Knucklehead, all factory restore. I don't care if it's restored or original. I don't care. I want one, and it's unobtainium. And who knows? Maybe one day before I die, I'll stumble into one. That'd be nice. But I don't think that's going to happen. But that's my ultimate dream bike. Yeah. Yeah. That's my ultimate dream bike right there. 1936 Knucklehead, an EL Knucklehead. That would be amazing. Unless I could get lucky and win the drawing over at Dale's Wheels Through Time every time they raffle off a knuckle. I've been entering those for years, and I don't win. But again, congratulations to Kurt McGowan. You are the winner of the Inferno USA sunglasses. Hopefully you get a hold of me and I can get these sunglasses out to you as quick as you get a hold of me. I'll probably look up your email tomorrow if I can find it and send you an email or a message somehow that you are the winner. And yeah, guys, everybody who's still here, I just wanted to let you know that giving away stuff on these raffles like that, I actually look forward to doing. It's one of my favorite things to do on this channel. I don't do it for no other reason other than to, you know, give back to the community. And if I can, I will. Trying to figure out what my next giveaway is going to be. No, it's not the bike behind me. No, it's not the 131. It's definitely not the CVO. But I will try and find something cool to give out. I don't know what it is, but it will be something. So, you know, I like giving away stuff.
You'll be giving away the motor that comes out of that bike now.
No. Hey, Bry's here. Hey, Bry, welcome, bro. How was your life tonight? You know, you and I, we got to work on doing a co-collaboration on Wednesday nights. I was thinking of changing my nights because you and I are clashing the same day, same time. So I want to try and do something. So let me know what you want to do. Let's see. Corey says the closest I've come to supercars was my friend's 1200 a GTR. No kidding. Elvis's Harley at the Rock and Roll. Yeah, no kidding. Who wouldn't want Elvis's Harley? You know?
Oh man, that's worth some cash.
Yeah.
Yep.
How about giving away some cams from my bike? Hey, you know what, Corey? Giving away cams might not be a bad idea.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that actually might work. You know, I'll hold another raffle and say, okay, guys, I'm giving away cams. Doesn't matter if you're a Milwaukee 8 or a twin cam. That you know, enter this drawing, and I'll pick a winner, and then you tell me the year, make, and model, what cams you want, and I will order the cams. And as far as any other stuff that goes with that, that's on you. But I might cover the cost of cams.
Maybe
that's a great idea, Corey.
Or maybe you can have your sponsor there maybe donate something to you to put out here.
Yeah, I mean that's a good idea. You know, Yankee or Cape Cod Harley.
Yeah, Yankee donate. You know, something.
You know, HC Traveler's laughing at Corey for that, but I actually think that's a great idea. I like that. Yeah, you got a nice set of cams. Yeah, so do I. Oh, cams, not cans.
Yeah, we all could use some cams.
AC Traveler likes that idea,
Mm-hmm.
and that I'm being serious, guys. I might do that. Instead of doing $100 gift card at 1,000 subscribers, I'll do cams.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Know what kind of bike you got, and there you go.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That'd be pretty cool.
Yeah. I mean, who wouldn't want a free set of cams? Then all you got to do is get your cam plate, your oil pump, your lifters.
On your way.
Yeah. It's a start.
It's start. Yeah. Give you a boot in the ass to get you going.
Yeah. You're being a wise ass, but hey, if it turns into a good idea, you're good with it. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I like that idea. I could call up whoever I order them from and have them drop shipped right to you. Pick your cam and I'll order it and drop ship it to you.
You are the lucky winner.
Yeah. Kurt's got himself a nice pair of sunglasses that are progressive. They go from clears to tints and tints to clear. They're scratch resistant. They are, fog resistant. And they carry a lifetime guarantee through Inferno USA. So if they get scratched or chipped or break, you just go right to Inferno USA and say, hey, I got these glasses. I need them tuned up.
That is awesome.
So he's got a good set of sunglasses. I think that's awesome. The last giveaway, I gave away that knife. I forgot who the winner of that was, but that went out to Ohio. And that was a nice knife from Sanity Jewelry. It's 512 layers of hand-forged Damascus. That was awesome.
Yeah, that is true. Corey is. Yeah, he's got that. Well, he's a New Englander, man. We're all wise asses.
Yeah, hey, forget about it. Well, yeah, cams is a great idea for when I hit the 1,000 subscriber mark, and I don't really care if I hit it or not. I'm happy and extremely thrilled with my subscriber count that I have. I launched this last giveaway when I hit 500 subscribers, and that was like 3.5 weeks ago, and I'm 136 subscribers past the 500 part. So I got 636 subscribers right now, which is awesome. Thank you. I got a new subscriber tonight, and I think that's awesome. I do watch the subscriber count so I could do these giveaways, but
I think a lot of your subscribers are really intrigued about your knowledge and about motorcycles, and you give them a lot of pointers. You're not afraid to share some of your probably secrets maybe per se, but and I think you can see that's not going unnoticed, that's for sure.
Yeah, well, some of my clients come to me because, when I started the YouTube channel, like, you're gonna YouTube yourself out of work. I'm like, okay.
You YouTube yourself into work.
You know what? I'll be honest with you. This is the first time I got work into January. Normally, I don't have any work in mid-November through until beginning of March. This year, I was busy all November, all December, January. I got 2 bikes rolling out of here on Saturday. For one's dyno tune, the other one's that for the motor. But I got a bike heading out for dyno tune. I got this bike over here. I'm waiting on a fender. Then that's rolling out of here. I got another streak light coming in. I'm going to put a hidden kill switch in, and I'm doing Dakota digital gauges for him.
Nice gauge.
So it's, I'm very happy with the amount of work that I have. It's Corey saying, hope your channel catches. If it does, it does. If it doesn't, it doesn't, But hey, it is what it is,
Yeah, you joined the family of Northeasterners too.
Yeah,
So
well, I look
you
at
got
it
a
this
big.
way. I'm here to make friends and help the community out. Hello, Kelly O'Neill. Welcome. And
Good
good
fortune
fortune
to
to
all.
you as well.
Mhm.
Welcome to the Dr. Harley OR. We're in the operating room. That's my bike behind me. If you don't know, that's one of my two, actually. That bike is getting a 131 heart transplant here in the future, and that will be done live during the day. So, feel free when that happens. I'll definitely promote it and get the word out. And hopefully, everybody will pop in and watch when they
Notification.
can, what they can. If anything, I'm documenting memories for myself. And be honest with you, I've gone back and watched my own videos of the rallies and bike nights and places I've been because I like reliving some of the best times of my life.
So Corey's birthday. Whose birthday is it? Corey's. He said happy birthday.
Oh, it's Corey's birthday?
Yeah.
Happy birthday, Corey. I'm not singing. I ain't got the voice for that.
I'm neither. You ain't catch me singing.
Nope.
Mm.
If I could do it in Spanish, maybe, but I only speak English and German. And I can't remember enough German to sing it in German. And you don't want to hear me sing. I'll break the mic and the camera. Everybody goes deaf. It's not a good thing.
No, it isn't. It's long running. Oh, it's a joke. It's a joke.
It's a running joke.
Is that what Bry? Where he's a jokester, man. I gotta say, man, Bry doing bike spares and brews. Bry, man, you had me in stitches, dude. That was some funny crap. You got to do number 2. You got to do number 2, my friend. You got to do it. Bry, that was some funny stuff. I don't know if you saw it, Doc. His Bry, he did like a spoof. Oh, it was terrific.
Yeah.
Oh,
I've been enjoying watching Bry's videos, Indigo Moto's videos, watching a few other videos today. I mean, I didn't have really much going on at work today. So I've been, watching a lot of video.
Yeah, you're right, Bry. For letting you do that. I mean, it literally looked like you walked into his studio. That was awesome. That was awesome. Oh yeah, I was dying. Oh, you got a taste of his own medicine, to say the least. And Ben's cool. Ben does a really good job.
Hey, at first you don't succeed. Try again, right?
Yep. That I would, anybody in here, I don't know how many people are in here, but I would definitely tell you to go watch that. If you know anything about Ben, you get a kick out of it.
Okay.
Get a kick out of it. Ben lives not far from us. Like he's a New Englander. Yeah. Like Bears and Brews.
Yes, I did watch some of Truck and Bikers videos today. I watched about 4 of them. He's a funny guy, and he's got some pretty good content. So I don't know if everybody knows about Truck and Biker. It's got some pretty good content.
Yep.
And I like to watch other people's content. 1, to see their technique and how they do things. 2, I like to see what everybody else is doing, and I like to be entertained while I'm at work, getting paid to do nothing.
I don't work, so I don't have to worry about that.
Yeah.
I
don't work either, but I go to a job and they pay me every week.
Yeah. That's a good type of work.
Yeah. I mean,
show up, get paid, and go home.
If I put in 20 hours a week at my job, I'm probably going to get fired now because I'm saying this. If I put in 20 hard hours of work a week at my job, that's a lot.
Yeah.
That's because I get my work done at my job efficiently, and I don't dilly-dally. As soon as work comes in, I get on it and I get it done, and I close the ticket, and then I wait for another one. Yeah, I was talking to HD Traveler last night. Well, we had a nice phone conversation over Instagram. He asked me the other day if we could chat, and I said to him, I says, I'd love to, but I'm exhausted. I'm going to bed. I'll talk to you tomorrow. So after Moto Noggins live, I reached out and called him because that's just the type of person I am. If I say I'm going to do it, I'm going to do it. And if I say I'll try to do it, I'll do my best to get it done. But at the end of the day, if I can't get it done, I'll let you know why. It's that simple. I believe in being completely upfront and honest with everybody. And I don't care, who you are or where you come from or anything. I'm going to treat you with respect and I'm going to tell you the truth, whether it hurts you or not. But at the end of the day, you'll never sit there and call me a liar.
There you go. Well spoken.
So I just wish everybody was like that. There's some people I work with that I've caught in lies I don't even talk to anymore. They say good morning to me. I just look at them cross like, why are you even breathing? You just caught that, didn't you? Good morning. Why are you even breathing?
Yep.
And he lied to me once about 5 years ago. And I still haven't let it go. But
let it go.
I have to. I really should. Because it's not good for me. It's not good for
not healthy.
Holding
things in.
Inner office
I have that
politics.
But I have that problem. Holding things in too long. It's not good. Not good for your health.
Oh yeah. I also have another bike coming in.
I give it up. Let it go.
Yeah, I have another bike coming in. I don't know if everybody saw that bike. Prepping for powder coat. It was that black Street Glide with all the blacked out parts, and I did the blue accents on for the thin blue line because he's a retired New York State cop.
Mm-hmm.
I did a video on that, and that's coming back. I'm actually going to be doing the Tab Performance handlebars for him in a back tire. And I'm going to videotape those handlebars because this will be the first set of Tab Performance handlebars I've put on anybody's bike. So I'm looking forward to getting these handlebars from Tab to put on his bike. He's paid for it all, not me. And they weren't donated or anything. So I wish Tab would send the handlebars. I'll put them on my Road Glide.
Mm-hmm. So for me, I can't do like anything that raises my arms. I dislocated both my shoulders at one time.
I like 12-inch bars, to be honest with you.
Yeah. I literally, because of my height, I fit well with the factory bar. People goes, oh, factory bars, right? I'm very comfortable on my bike.
That's all that matters. I got the factory bars on this bike still.
Because there's people, oh, you got to get these, you got to get this. I'm like, dude, I can't put, I tried riding with 12-inch. I tried to, I can't keep my arms. It's just no way. I can't do it. Yep. It feels like my shoulders are going to fall right out of my sockets. Yeah.
This bar still got the factory bars on it because I like the way it handles with the factory bars.
That's the other thing. And it's funny because those guys who ran at the Indy track out in it was talking about that with the way the factory bars are designed to go through the track with them.
Yeah,
they're comfortable. But when you're say you're 6'10", it's very difficult. Like Blue, like Upstate Ride, he's so tall that his legs are touching the he's so tall he needs to adjust to get bigger bars. For me, I'm perfectly content. Yeah. Everything fits. When I sit on my bike, it's just like comfortable. I'm comfortable. Though there's things like again. The obvious, Captain Obvious, seats, shocks. Yeah, they're going to make a world of difference. But the comfortability for my bars, because everybody's, oh, when are you going to change your bars? I said, never, because I'm comfortable with them. I got really good control with the bike. They don't bother my shoulders. I can ride forever with them. I can ride from here to California and back. That's it. Teach his own. But you'll hear out here, oh, you got to do this. You got to change that. You got to. You know what?
No, you don't have to do anything. It's your bike.
No, you're right.
And so when people tell me I got to do this or that to my CVO, I says, you paying? Mm-hmm. Are you going to pay for the parts and labor to do it? No, then you don't have no say.
Right.
If you're going to pay me to do it and pay for the parts to put on my bike, I'll do it. Mm-hmm. But until then,
they say ride your ride, and that's what I do. I
That's it.
ride what's comfortable to me, and
Yep.
that's though there's some things I wish I could do. I wish I could put, bigger bars. I just can't do it.
No, I mean, if it's not
going
comfortable
to
for
work
you, then it's not comfortable
physically.
for you. It's a waste of money
Yep.
at that point.
Just so the bike looks a certain way, gives a bike a look. I need to be functional.
Yeah.
Kind of riding I do, I don't ride around the block. I don't go bar to bar. I don't go, got to burn my tires up the street and I get on and I go.
Yeah. And you're gone for a day or two.
I go one day. I do 500 miles in a day.
Yeah.
I go and come home. I go for lunch. I go all the way up to upstate New York for lunch, and I come home the same day.
Well, see, you're in a great spot because in the summertime, you could go right up to Maine and get the best lobster you could find in the world.
And go all the way up to Maine, to Canada.
You could stay right in your state and get some of the best oysters in the world.
Yep. So it's right here.
And fish,
it's right here.
Forget it.
No, it's as much as I can't stand the winter here, the amenities that I have and the easiness to get places.
Oh yeah.
I'm in Laconia. I'm in the Kangamangas in a couple hours. I'm in Maine. I'm up at Kitty Bunk. I'm at Bentley Saloon. And then I can go out to Jersey. I've been to Jersey. I go to Jersey in a couple hours. I'm in Jersey. I'm right in, down in Bergen. I'm in Jersey. I'm like,
James Biker got it right. I'd rather be comfortable than trying to look cool. Yep. Because you know what?
I'm with you on
Usually
that.
when people try and look cool, that's when something stupid happens and you crash.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And then you really look stupid and not cool.
Again, if you're like 6 foot something tall, obviously the stock bars aren't going to work for you. That's a given. It's just not going to. I'm
only 5'8".
Yeah, I'm your height. I'm the same height as you.
But I like 12-inch bars on my road glide. On a street glide, I like 14-inch bars.
I would love to be able to say I could do that and be comfortable with that, but my health dictates what I can do.
My low rider S, the factory bars are comfortable. Mm-hmm. I still got the factory handlebars, the factory risers. I did get rid of the factory grips because they're garbage.
There's like guys that you rode in the club with that cannot stand floorboards. They have to have pegs.
Yep.
I don't like the peg. I like the floorboards. I'm comfortable with floorboards.
To me, depending on the bike I'm riding. If I'm on a soft tail or a Dyna or a Sportster, pegs all day long.
Pegs. On a touring
If I'm on a bagger, I want floorboards because I'm on a bagger for comfort. And I want to be able to stretch out, move my feet around. I've been known to put the rear pegs down on this thing, kick my feet back.
Yep.
Yeah.
I had a Dyna. My first bike was a 2007 Dyna Superglide, and I had the mid controls, but I put in highway pegs in the front. So I had I could put my feet on the back pegs, I had the mid controls, and I could adjust, accordingly to what I felt like. Like I could have my legs out. I didn't like having my legs out too long because the back of my knees would start bothering me.
Yep.
And
here you go. Tweedledee says pegs on every bike. Zane Biker says I can't stand pegs.
Yep.
And Steve Turner says I prefer floorboards.
Yeah. Each his own. Absolutely.
It's what you like. It's what you want on your bike. And at the end of the day, it's your bike. It's what you like that makes it comfortable for you to ride, whether you do long distance, short distance, or bar hop or whatever. It's what makes you comfortable. For instance, when people sit there and says, "Oh, I want to do bars. I want to do bars." Okay, what kind of bars you want? Well, I want 16 to 18-inch bars. I'm like, you do? Like, yeah. And I says, all right. And I have them come down. I put the bike on the lift. I strap it down. I says, okay, sit on your bike like you're riding it. Put your hands where you want them to be with your handlebars. And I'll measure them out. And they're usually around 12 to 14 inches.
Yep. Right at the 12.
But I want 16s. I says, okay. And I put the tape measure up to 16 inches. I says, now put your hands here. And the 16 inches are going to be at least 35 inches wide. So let's widen your hands out to 35 inches. That's where you're going to be riding all the time. It was like, oh, that's too high. That hurts my shoulders. I said, let's put them back down 2 inches and move them in an inch, a half inch on each one. and those are your 14s. And they're like, yeah, that's a lot comfortable. I said, well, then you want 14-inch bars.
Like on your bike back there, what's that? Like 3-inch rises on those?
Actually, no. On the Lowrider S, they're actually 6-inch risers.
Those are 6-inch. So they
Are
pull
they-
back pretty good then.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. They're 4-inch risers.
Wow. Yep. Yeah.
Well, hold on. Let me get a tape measure. Now I'm guessing. Yeah, they're 4-inch risers.
4-inch rises. And they're comfortable for you.
Yeah.
They're right there. Yeah.
And to put 6-inch risers on there or a different style bar, I'm buying all cables for that bike, and I don't want to do that.
So Corey, that's how
I'd rather spend the money in performance, because guess what? Now I'm going to have to upgrade the brakes on this.
Yep.
Because I got to be able to stop the bike.
Stop it with all that power.
Yep. That's the next big project. After the 131, I'm doing the brakes. And I have to research, what brakes do I want?
Cool.
I can't just throw different brake pads in this caliper, but it is what it is. Of course, that's how I ended up with my 10s. Yeah.
You measure them out, how comfortable you feel.
Yep.
The other thing too, as not on anything with a windshield, that's another thing too. People, I need 11, I need 10. That's so depends on you. All depends on you.
Yeah.
And
it's my favorite thing is guys with street glides. They want the 12-inch bars, the 14-inch bars, and then they complain they can't see out their mirrors because they're looking at their armpits.
Right. They're like underneath looking.
The
windshields too. Like I run a Freedom Shield on mine. It's actually a thicker windshield. I'm pretty. I've had Clockworks. I've had all different, but the Freedom Shield is, to me, I'm like in a vortex when I'm riding. I'm like in a nice zone there.
Hey, Rody, I want you to take over the show. I got to hit the boys' room.
All right, you got it. So who's out here? Anyways, Corey, HD. So what do you guys think? What do you think about as far as rises, handlebars? What would you prefer? 12-inch, 14s, 16s down to 14s. Like I said, for me, I believe it's riding what you're comfortable with. Just like Tweedle, I see Tweedle do with the pegs. It's preference. It's all about preference. That's what makes these Harley Davidson so great. We'll see. Man. Probably 12s, 14s for each. Yeah, again, I think a lot of the handlebars depend on your height. I feel if you're a tall person, there is no way that you can get on with those stock handlebars on those bikes. It's right near your knees. It's very uncomfortable. The control factor of the bike, it's tough. Somebody short like myself, I can get away with those factories. Regular bars. I wish I could pop this stuff up here. Yeah, CHD, you're 6'2", so. And you have I think your bike has the 12s, if I'm not mistaken. You're comfortable with those. Sometimes else.
All right, I'm back.
Yeah, still discussing about the size bars that we.
Yeah, it really depends on you, where it's comfortable for you. Where to measure the bars is from the center of your risers to where you want your hands for height, and then where you want your hands for the width, and then the pullback. Those are the three measurements you want. And unfortunately, for manufactured handlebars, you'll never, ever find the exact bars you want, unless you get the ones that are clamped and adjustable, where they, for your pullback and everything. But no, I would, I got 12-inch bars on my Road Glide. I got the factory bars on my Lowrider S, and I'm good with both of it. Yeah. Well, you know what kind of bars I like on a Road King? Beach bars.
Really?
Yes.
Is that, yeah, but isn't that hard to, I mean, like they kind of
to me,
circle
it's the styling from, the 50s.
right.
It's that old school styling of beach bars that I like.
And you
on
put the
a
white
Road
grips
King.
on them too?
Huh?
Put the white grips on.
Oh, absolutely. With the tassels coming off,
Tassels. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
But thanks for taking over the show. I appreciate it.
Yeah,
Ooh, I feel better.
Man, I did a
I had it.
yeah. Yep, I hear you there, brother. Back teeth were floating.
Even on my helicopter, I had a piss tube. It was a funnel with a tube that led on the outside. So no matter where we're flying, if you got a piss
you
right
gotta
out.
go. You gotta go, man.
Yeah, no, I don't think beach bars will work for you, HC Traveler.
No, they ain't gonna work for him. No.
Yeah, he's not that kind of a little guy, He's kind of a bigger guy.
Yeah.
What you see on TV, he's a lot bigger in real life, I bet.
Yeah, like I was saying, I was elaborating on windshields. That's another thing too. Yeah, it's where you sit, what helmet you're wearing for the buffering. It's
where do you want the top of the windshield? Some people want the top of their windshields to come up over their eyes.
Nose.
You want it to the bottom of your nose.
That's why
because if it's any taller, if you get caught in the rain, you won't see it all.
Nope, you'll be looking right through your windshield and you ain't seeing it. And you have no windshield wipers on that thing.
Nope.
You're done.
It's worse than having a full face helmet on in the rain.
Mm-hmm.
And
that's it. Do you prefer half helmet, full face, no helmet?
I prefer no helmet.
I've always wanted a helmet.
I do wear a helmet. I do have a half helmet and I do have a full face modular helmet.
Mm-hmm.
I use the full face modular helmet in the colder months and also when I'm out motovlogging. Because then, I have one camera on the handlebars, the other camera on the helmet and then I'll stitch the two together and come up with a nice video. So, but if I'm just out riding, for me, it's no helmet.
Yeah, I'm so used to putting a helmet on. I'm so comfortable with it. When I don't ride with a helmet, it's weird feeling to me without a helmet. When I was down in Myrtle Beach, it was just so hot down there, so I rode without a helmet, and I felt out of place because I've always wore a helmet. It's the opposite of people who don't wear. Putting a helmet, people can't stand. I got friends of mine that refuse to wear helmets until they get to the Massachusetts line.
Yeah,
you got to pull over, stop. They got to put the helmets on. They're like angry the whole time they're in Massachusetts until we get to New Hampshire, and then they take it off again. It's like ridiculous. I'm like, got to pull over again.
Going up Old Route 8, man. I stopped right before the Mass border, put a helmet on, and unfortunately, Vermont, it's helmet law. New Hampshire's no helmet.
No helmet, right?
But yeah, X-Man Biker's got a 3/4 with a flip shield.
Quarter with a flip shield.
Yeah. On my wife's got basically the same helmets as I do because she likes the style, and we both got the Cena's intercom system.
Mm-hmm. That's awesome.
I got one with my Road Glide. And then I bought her one because when we went down to Ocean City, I wanted her to say, "Hey, I need to stop.
Mm-hmm.
I got to go to the bathroom,
boom. Yeah,
or something, And it really, really was a big help having it, being for her and I to communicate with full face helmets going all the way down. See, on a ride like that, I prefer a full face helmet,
Oh yeah,
especially going through New York City.
yeah. Oh God, man. I won't go to New York. I'll go around. I'll go around that. I ain't never going to that.
Yeah.
I'll go around and come down to Garden State and then cut across. I'll stay out away from that.
Well,
crap.
when I went down to Ocean City, we left here at 4 a.m. and we were over the George Washington Bridge by 5:45, which was fine by me.
Were you hanging out for dear life with all those potholes and everything that's there? That place is a bumpy ride through there.
Yeah, well, I didn't. I went all the way down the Merritt Parkway, the Cross River Parkway, went through Manhattan to jump on 95 at the bridge, and on the way back, I was planning on going all the way up the Garden State Parkway to the Tappan Zee.
That's the way I go. I always.
But I was looking at Waze, and that's the way I put it in the Waze I wanted to go, and it was telling me it was a 9-hour delay due to highway shut down 3 miles before the Tappan Zee Bridge. And it was only a 5.5, get this, only a 5.5-hour delay going over the George Washington Bridge. Well, guess what? I went over the George Washington Bridge at night on a Sunday. I
went through it on a Sunday with a trailer.
I did the lower level.
I was on the whatever the trucking one was. The trucking. I think it's the upper level of trucks go on.
So I mean, that was just, it's New York City. What are you going to do? It's a GWB. Yeah. Be honest with you, the Tappan Zee is not any better.
I mean, once you get past that, I can stomach it. It's just that section right there, going through that part of New York. I just prefer to go up go the Merritt Parkway, go up 795, I guess that is, or whatever that is.
Oh no, that's
7 something.
No, I took what was it? You get off 287.
It was 287.
287 will bring you up over to Tappan Zee.
Yeah, 287. I'm thinking, I don't know why 790, but 287, go over to Tappan Zee, take the Garden State. Or if I really wanted to go way out and come back in, just stay straight and get on 80. Was that 84 or 81 or whatever
80.
That is? 80, whatever.
79, actually. 79 you get on. You stay on after the Tappan Zee.
Yeah.
And
that's nice. That's real nice. I was down in Virginia recently and came home that way. Oh, that's nice.
It's a nicer ride. It's longer mileage-wise, but it's a nicer ride. You're always moving. Where you get on the Jersey Turnpike, and you're moving up to the Meadowlands, and then you're crawling.
Crawling, yes.
You get to all the way through from the Meadowlands through 95 into Connecticut if you stay on 95.
Yep. Yeah, if I'm on that bike, I'm just, I don't mind doing it with a car, but on the bike, I do not like going over that GWB. That was the first time I actually went on the GWB on the bike. And to be honest with you, at that hour, it was still crowded. Yeah.
But traffic was moving and it was fine. And I went the upper level heading south. I took the lower level coming north.
It's just when they drive through there, they drive like it's NASCAR through that place. They think they're on a track going through there.
Yeah.
Even the tractor trailers are like that. I was going down to Myrtle Beach, which we trailered down. And me and my kid, this is the first time my kid pulling a trailer. And we're going through there this last year. And we have to go where the truck is at now. It's really bouncy in there. It's bumpy in the Brit and on the Brit. And these guys are running they're going 89, 90 miles an hour at 4 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
They smack mirrors. They're smacking mirrors. The mirrors are falling. I'm underneath the truck. I'm this is insane. They don't care. And they don't stop. They don't go. There's no stopping in that place. You just better keep going.
Yeah.
You get an accident, you keep going. You get hit, you keep going. You don't stop.
So if anybody's interested, the 28th of this month, I'm headed down to the Motorcyclopedia Museum in Newburgh. If anybody wants to meet me there, I will be there from, I want to say 11 o'clock in the morning, probably until about 2.
Newburgh's north of you, isn't it?
Yeah, west.
West.
Yeah. You got to
Oh yeah. So
jump on 84,
84. Yep.
go over the Newburgh Bridge.
Yep. It's right there. How far are you from Palisades?
About an hour and a half.
They have. I want to hit that at some Sunday morning.
The
When you get
Palisades
there-
Mall.
No, Palisades 9 West, the marketplace.
Oh,
They
okay.
they have a bikes and breakfast there. First Sunday of the month.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah, big. It's big. They have some cool bikes there.
Well, let me go and let me know when you go. I'll ride down with you.
It'd be really. I'll be leaving here really early in the morning in the summer.
Yeah, and you'll be coming down 84, right?
Yeah.
So we could meet.
Or 95 and go whatever. I go down 95 and meet up with you and go out.
Yeah. Well, I could go 95 or 84.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
I'd come 95 and cut across.
Yeah, whatever.
Either or, whatever way. Half dozen one, dozen the other. Same goddamn shit. Yeah.
So
yeah, I definitely want to do that. That's a turn and burn also. Go there and
turn and burns are good. I
Yeah.
love road trips. I can't afford to do them every weekend.
Mm-mm.
You know, like this year, I'm pulling every penny I have to make all the trips that I'm planning on to do them, and I'm going to do it. It'll be the record year for me for the most amount of rallies I've been to. My current record is in 1 year, I rode to Daytona, Laconia, and Sturgis.
So you got two
on a softail.
big ones, man. On a softail?
On a softail with a Badlander seat.
Oh my God.
To get to Sturgis, I did 800 miles a day for 3 days to get there.
Love you. That's what are you doing? 800 miles a day?
Yeah.
Yeah.
For 3 days to get there.
Yep.
On my second night, I actually just pulled over on the side of the road, pulled out a blanket, and I went from handlebar to sissy bar, and I went to sleep.
Yeah, I probably do 800 maybe 2 days, and then third one I don't think I could. That's pushing it, man.
Oh, I got to Sturgis. I didn't do any riding.
That's ridiculous. That's why. That's always another topic of discussion with these guys out here too. I sit here and I'm looking, I'm listening. I'm like, who gives a shit whether you trailer or you ride? Who cares?
Well, you know what though?
Again, that goes back to what is your health like?
Not
How
just that.
healthy are you?
Not just that. If you live in the state of New York and you travel your trike or your Goldwing to Americade, I'm sorry. I'm just going to laugh at you.
That's a problem. No,
I'm just going to laugh at you because that's what you see in Americade.
Right. That's ridiculous. That's right. I'm talking like me and you leaving New England and going to Sturgis. Do you want to ride it and do what you did and not ride when you get there because you're just so beat up? Or do you want to take your time?
Beat up. I was pissing blood for 2 days. My kidneys were bruised.
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
And I was walking bent over for 3 days.
Yeah. And you're not enjoying yourself when you got there.
Yeah, I did.
Well, you had just have a couple. That's all right.
I never left the Buffalo Chip. I stayed at the Buffalo Chip and I never left.
That'd probably make me want to drink again doing that.
Yeah. But you know what? I'll never do that again, but at least I can say I did it.
You did it.
I
would like to do the Iron Butt, like the 1,000 mile 25. I would like to try that. And I'd have to be in a little bit better shape.
Yeah.
Already did age. I was still awaiting a date from Brett George. Yeah. But yeah, I would love the experience to drive to South Dakota and go out to Wyoming, but I wouldn't do it like 800 miles in a day. I'd drive, and see like you're going to do 66. That's how I would go there. That kind of traveling.
Yeah. Well, when I do 66, I don't have a set time to be anywhere other than when I get home, I get home.
If again, like you, if I was to ride it would be something where I'm taking 2 months and I'm going to go Sturgis, then I'm going to head 66. I'm going to ride all the way. That's what I would do if I'm going to ride it.
Yeah.
I don't want to just ride there, hammer there, and get there and do what you did, like, you beat the shit.
Yeah. I was beat up. I never went downtown. I never left the Buffalo Chip. As a matter of fact, I got there on a Sunday morning. That Friday after late morning, I'm about ready to leave, and I looked at the bike and I said, I wonder how much to ship it home and fly home. And I'm sitting there going, I can't. I need my bike because I got to be at a party. I was a prospect at the time. I got to be back at my clubhouse by Sunday morning with my bike.
Or you'd be screwed if you went there.
Oh, yeah. And I left Sturgis, South Dakota at 11:30 in the morning. I was in Milford, Connecticut by 7 a.m. on Sunday. I was flying.
Never got pulled over.
I was doing triple digits the whole way. They weren't catching me.
So that's again that's like trailering, riding.
Yeah,
it's now the best way if you are gonna trail it, like I heard somebody discussing last night, was trailing with a toy hauler. That's the way to go.
Yeah,
you're pulling something like that's the way. If you want to really,
that's how I'm going to Daytona. I'm going in a camper, a 35, 40-foot camper. I call it a motor coach. He calls it his camper, and he's got a trailer we're putting the bikes on. And he and some other guy are splitting all the driving. All I'm going to do is sit on the couch, watch TV, and have a good time.
Yeah, and you can be a tough guy doing that too. You know what I mean? It doesn't matter. It just
hey, it's called pimping in style.
That's right. I would. You're 100% correct.
Then when I get down there, I'll be ready to ride all 10 days that I'm there.
Yep. And you're going to be comfortable. You're going to get sleep. You're going to be able to, you're not going to be beat up. You're going to enjoy the weekend or the week or whatever.
10 days I'm going to be there.
You're going to enjoy it. You're not going to waste half the time saying, oh man, I'm so tired. Oh, I don't feel my back or my nope.
I'm old. I'm 52 now.
Dude, I'm going to be 61 in March.
There you go. So March what?
25th.
Oh, okay. I'm the 8th.
Yep. 25th. So yeah, it's like I can't do that anymore. That just not possible.
Yeah,
not possible. I can do 800 miles though. I could do 1,000. I probably could do 1,000-mile ride, but that would be doing like when I'm doing a big circle and coming home, and I'm not, and I can have time to rest, and I'm not worrying about some activities going to, to see this, see that, Deadwood, see the, that's the whole point. That's the whole point. I want to be able to enjoy it. So, yeah. I would love. That's one. I would love to get myself one of those toy haulers.
I think my buddy was telling me what he paid for his camper, as he calls it. It's more than I paid for my house. Hey,
people
know what?
Drew, I was hell's on to his. They sold their house to buy that.
Yeah.
They bought a truck in that, and they travel all that. That's the shit right there.
No, this is self-propelled.
Oh, this is all one big unit.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I could walk from the front passenger seat to the back bedroom.
And they have a garage on that.
No.
So they're trailering.
We have a trailer.
That's a big rig. That's a bus. You're on a bus.
That's why I call it a motor coach.
A limousine bus.
It's a motor coach. It's not a camper. He calls it a camper. I call it a motor coach.
That's what the bands travel.
I'm pimping in style going to Daytona.
You're going down with a house. You're in a house.
Yeah. That costs more than my house.
Yeah, but your house doesn't go all over and see all the states either.
Nope. And where we're staying, he says we got an electric hookup, so we don't have to run the generator. We got a freshwater hookup, so we don't have to worry about filling the tank. And he's got a sewage hookup, so we don't have to worry about pumping it out before we leave.
just let me know how much gas that it takes to get there.
Oh,
Diesel or gas.
we figured a rough figure was $1,000 round trip.
Oh, I got 2 months on Sand Biker. I got 2 months on him.
Yeah. So, yeah, we figured roughly about $1,000 to get down there. We're splitting it 3 ways. And that's just the way it is.
Yeah. And you know what though? That's the cost of doing business, right? Right now. Hopefully, the way the landscape of politics is going right now, hopefully we start seeing some decline in some fuel.
Yeah. I mean, the campsite wasn't cheap either. For the 10 days with the wristbands.
Yep.
With all those hookups was $1,625.
Holy shit. That's like a month's worth of rent in an apartment in,
That's more than my mortgage for the month.
Yeah. No shit. That's way more than my mortgage. Way more.
But you're paying rally rates.
That's, this is like, I've been to the rally. It is what it is. But like I was telling you earlier about Gettysburg, I'm going to go to Gettysburg, I think, off no rally. Just go out there and just.
No, go to the rally, dude. It's so much fun.
I'm not going to be able to, I can't.
I know, but next year.
Unfortunately, I already got plans to go to Virginia, so.
Go next year to the rally. You will have such a great time. It's not like Laconia where it's stop and go traffic. There's no traffic.
Because Laconia. Well, I've been to down to Daytona Main Street. I saw all that.
Yeah.
There's
no traffic at the Gettysburg Bike Week. You have one main road that cuts the battlefield off in the middle, and at one end of it is downtown where all the restaurants and bed and breakfasts and all that's there with some vendors on the street. And then on the other end of the road, you have the sports complex where they have the vendor village and the stage. And I ripped up and down that road last year with no traffic.
That's awesome.
None. I don't know what they do different, but there was no traffic.
Well, don't forget, I don't think that draws the same amount of people as like a Daytona, obviously, or Myrtle Beach or Laconia. Either.
I tell you, I was at Laconia this past year. There was as many people in Laconia as was at Gettysburg.
Yeah.
There was as many people in Ocean City, Maryland, than there was in Gettysburg.
So Maryland.
I didn't do a head count, but that's my opinion.
Right. Ocean City. That sounds like something I would like to maybe attend. But
that was a great rally.
I know that they say there's no riding. It's more of like you go there.
There is riding in Maryland. There is.
I don't know.
You can ride along the beaches, the boulevards. There's in-state you could ride. There's some riding. I mean, not like New Hampshire or Gettysburg. It's more like riding in Daytona.
Yeah. Oh.
You're on a peninsula on like a peninsula.
Yep.
And all the roads go straight.
I know I'm kind of also looking forward to going down when Bert and Georgia have their little shindigs there at the bar down there. So the Pines, go right in the Pines with those guys. That looks like a lot of fun. That looks pretty cool down there. Just it's these little getaways. It's not like I'm like I said, I'm not traveling halfway across the country. It's all on the East Coast. Most of the stuff I'm going to do this year. Though I will get to Sturgis at some point. At some point, I will be doing that. I don't care if it's one time. I know guys go there every year. I don't know how they do it.
They do it every year.
They do it every year. I don't know how they do it.
I don't either. And people book they're booking next year when they're checking into this year.
Yeah. Yes. Yep.
When I was booking my hotel or my B&B in Gettysburg, no, I'm sorry. When I was booking my hotel for the Catskill Mountain Thunder, it's like, well, we don't know what our rates are going to be yet for that time of the year. What?
What? Yeah, what do you mean?
How do you not know what the rates are going to be?
So if they change, I get whatever rate you give me now. If they go up,
Well, they told me, they called me up and says, well, these are the rates. Do you still want to book the room? I said, sure. Because I want to go.
That's like one other place. I might go to Texas this year. That's another place I'm thinking of going in the winter, not near the end of the, and
go hang out with HDAV Traveler.
Yeah.
That's a good dude.
Yeah, I'm thinking of doing that. Going down, perhaps renting a bike.
Right on.
And then just doing a little bit of riding with him.
No, they got that.
They got that at the end of the year. There's a rally that he went to that I was thinking of.
At the Lone Star rally. There's a few.
I don't know which one it was. I forget which one he went to. He'll probably punch it up, on the side chat here. But maybe a possibility to go hang out doing that, just to go to a rally down there too.
Yeah.
But that's probably the furthest west I'll go. I know I want to go to Tennessee too. I'm dying to go to Eastern Tennessee. I don't care about the Taylor Dragon. There's so much riding other than that.
Lone Star.
Lone Star. Yep. And the Taylor the Dragon, that's overrated crap. I'll do it. I'll go do it. But there's just so much better riding out there, they say.
Yep. Even HD says the Lone Star Rally.
The Lone Star.
Yep. So I'm looking forward to this season, this riding season. It's going to be an exciting season for me. I got lots of plans. I'm going lots of places. Normally I just go to Laconia and Myrtle Beach.
Last year I went to, like I said, Daytona, Myrtle Beach. Those are the two I went, two big ones. I didn't even bother going to Laconia. I had an opportunity to go up there anytime. I had a room, everything up there. Yeah. But I wasn't feeling it. I'm like, you know what? I just don't feel like going up there this year.
Yeah.
I should have went to Americade though. That's where I should have went to.
Yeah. Well, I like Myrtle Beach. It's kind of spread out.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of traffic because you have all the Myrtle Beach traffic.
It wasn't bad. I'm telling you, I did not find it bad there this year. I don't know, maybe it's that,
you go down to like SBB, where SBB Beaver Bar is, there's always traffic getting in and out of there.
That little section right there.
Yep. And then if you go up to Harley's Roadhouse, there's no traffic going out there. There's always traffic getting in and out of Myrtle Beach Harley. Or if you go to North Myrtle Beach Harley, where all the bikes are, that's usually a nice ride with a little bit of traffic.
If I was to do Myrtle Beach again, I would definitely go like to Charlestown. I would get out of there. I'd go there, do the thing, and then go ride outside. Yeah. That's knowing what I know now. Plus, now that being doing YouTube and Instagram and chats and stuff, a lot of guys that are down, will be there, so you can meet and meet up with those guys and ride with them too. So I was supposed to ride with Gliding on twos, but Nori, but he left. He couldn't. He left the day I got there. So
okay.
I was supposed to actually. That's the whole thing. I was supposed to hook up with him, and we were gonna go riding all day. I was hoping we were gonna ride, but that didn't come to fruition. So I ended up.
I always miss Amsoil Adam. I always walk by his tent, and he's always busy, so I never want to bother him when he's working. And I never get back there as they're closing to go say hi. But I think when I see him in Daytona down at the raceway, I am going to stop him and say, hey, Amsoil Adam, how are you? It's nice to meet you.
That's the only thing. I didn't get to go to the raceway when I went to Daytona because I only went to Daytona for the day to hang out. I did some recording and just, I actually went there to go to the Cerro tent to meet somebody there. And then, it was just to go there. And then I went down to Main Street, went around, had something to eat, looked at Daytona Beach, blah, blah, blah. Just the kind of touristy thing I did.
Yeah.
Ross Myers, which is changed their name. I would, hung out with
them. Destination Daytona.
Destination Daytona. It just, And I was there with people that were from Florida, so they kind of knew their way around. So it was
Yeah.
okay, you know.
Last time I went down to Daytona for Biketoberfest, I flew down on a plane. I flew into Orlando. My buddy Rob, who was on here earlier, Rob Alex, picks my wife and I up at Orlando. We stayed at his house. He let me use his 2003 Softail
See,
anniversary. And we
be
spent the 4 days there for their fall rally or Biketoberfest, and we had a great time.
Yeah.
And then we flew home.
Like I stayed in Champions, a place called Champions, over just outside Orlando.
Yep.
And Airbnb, and I mean, I was enjoying just seeing. Like I've been to Tampa, or I've been to St. Pete's, and that, but I never really, went to Orlando. So I was like cruising.
My mother used to live in St. Petersburg.
Yeah.
And my sister lives up in St. Augustine.
Yep.
And
they have a bike week there at the end of the year.
St. Petersburg, yep.
Yeah, they have a bike, a couple of day bike thing going on there in the fall, I think it is.
Yep. And my buddy Rob lives right in Ormond Beach, which is right there at Daytona. So it was easy peasy. Everything was, there's not really great riding. We took a day and we rode up to St. Augustine, saw my sister, my nephew, and my brother-in-law, and had lunch. And then we rode back, up down the A1A.
Yep. I've been on, my neighbor across the street here, he owns a house in Melbourne. So I've been to Cocoa Beach. I've been to Palms. I've been, in that area, up and down a little bit. So I never got all the way up to Daytona at the time. But
I was originally going to back down for Biketoberfest, but I had to cancel that trip because my buddy Rob has to get married this year.
Yeah.
So I'm, something's got to give, and Biketoberfest has got to give, and I'm going to his wedding.
Yeah, I'm involved in a wedding in June. It's the week after Laconia. So that's why I'm I got to find out who's going to be where and when up there so I can pick those days to go up there. Yeah. Definitely, one of the reasons why I want to really go to Americade is to meet up with Des.
Yeah.
Because I don't know if I'm going to get an opportunity to see her at Laconia. I don't know, how that's all going to play out up there. But I definitely know that, if I go there, I'll get an opportunity to meet up with her.
Yep.
And, I don't know if Motorblonde's going to be there. I don't know if she's coming down.
I don't know either because she's bouncing between Georgia and New York.
Because they're doing that girl thing. They're riding. I don't know what they're doing there.
Yeah.
So.
I've been messaging Motorblonde back and forth. And so I got to ask her if she's going to be at Americade or Laconia. I know her answer is going to be, I don't know what my schedule is going to be like between their business and family things going on. And
yeah, so it's again, I'm probably going to, I hopefully, that I'm going to do kind of what you're doing, a turn and burn. I want to go sometime, maybe the second week or first or second week of May, because I want to go up there and hang out with Noggin and because we were talking about this, and do the Lake Placid.
Yep.
Him and Blue and Roy and those guys, and we're going to all do it because I got the buddy that's getting married. I want to have a bunch of us stay up there for a couple of nights and hang out with Noggin and go all over there without the biking, all the bikes being up there.
Yeah.
Let's get to
see. Well, then you got the regular lake traffic and tourists and let me tell you, it's just as bad. I went up there not during a bike week, on a weekend, and it was nuts. And we were going up to go to Fort Ticonderoga.
Yep.
It was nuts trying to get to Fort Ticonderoga.
Get up to there with all the shops up there and everything. Down by the water where the paddle boats are.
Yeah.
All that area. Oh my God. Yeah, I've been there. It is, and I went there. Like I said, I've been down there after bike week, the week after, which was Laconia was going on, and I went up there. It was still like that. It was it was crazy. It's like all the tourists.
Yeah.
It doesn't stop. It doesn't stop.
I'm going to give you a heads up. I'm going to end this at 4 hours. and we're at
Jeez, we've been on here 4 hours.
354. So
Jesus Christ, I didn't think we were on here that long.
yeah.
Yeah, it's in Galveston.
So
Yeah, so
if
I'm just trying to.
anybody in the side chat wants to bring anything up, now's your time. Or you could wait till next week. But next week we're going to be discussing all the launch of the 2023 models, which will be the CVOs and the anniversary models, because that's the same day as the Harley Davidson launch.
Yep,
It's the 18th. So that worked out well for me.
that's awesome.
And I'll be bringing up the website, and we're going to go over the models, the colors, what do I think as far as pricing, options. I'm kind of curious to see
Colors.
what they're bringing up for motors. I honestly don't think there's going to be any change in engine displacement this year.
No, next year.
No, I don't think it'll be next year either, to be honest with
They
you.
usually wait 2 years. They like that, the new model like that.
No, it's about 4. And it's, the 117's been out since 2019. And this is the 4th year for the 117 and the 114. So, and now they're starting to put the 117 in all the STs. So I'm thinking next year, the 114 is going to go in the standards. The 117s will be in the specials.
Yeah.
And maybe the CVOs will have the 128. That's what I'm thinking.
I don't know why they don't throw those in there now.
Yep. Hey, Zan Biker, thank you for coming in and putting up with us. I appreciate it. We'll catch you on the flip side. Have a good night.
Yes, buddy.
Yep. So, yeah, that's my prediction. I'm also predicting a Road King CVO. Because they only have the Road King special now. They don't have a Road King standard.
No.
So I'm thinking they're going to be coming out with the CVO Road King.
Yep. You're probably right.
Yeah. HD Traveler, thank you. Yes, I appreciate the support, my brother. And I'm also thinking there's a lot of rumor mills about the Breakout making a reappearance here in the United States.
That's what I heard too.
I've seen some pictures that have Asian writing on it, and it looked like they had a Fat Bob tank on it. It looked odd, but it looked like a Pro Street Breakout.
So for the younger people that want to get into the Harley Davidson market, buy their first bike, I am really thinking that they're going to come out with that 500. They're going to drop that 500 in.
They're coming out with the 350, and that's 500. Just for the Riding Academy.
Right, but there is a 500 also they have. Looks like the same bike. They're similar. Has it, and then why I'm saying that is because I believe that they're going to come out with that Bronx this year. That Bronx is going to, so they're going to want to get something that is an intermediate type of beginners type of bike for, and then that Bronx for more on a sport,
Yeah. I don't know. It's going to be interesting to see. I've seen a lot of speculations on colors like the golds and the oranges.
Yeah. Well, they got a few out already. They're on the bike because I was just in Holly today and they got that gold.
They had. Well, it's more of a yellow than a gold.
Yeah, and then they got that bluish. That blue
silver.
It's a silver bluish color.
Yeah.
And they had the old white sand one.
Yeah, the sand dune that they had back in I think
that's nice.
14 or 15.
Yeah, they have that. Those 3 colors today.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. I'm really looking forward to the launch on the 18th. I will be watching it as it premieres. And then next week at 8 o'clock, I will be giving you my thoughts of the new models. And I could be completely off base with the colors. For instance, when the Snake Venom, when they launched that, I was looking at it going, that's not a nice color at all.
And then when you see it in person,
I was like, oh, that's gorgeous.
Yep, it always does it.
And I was totally amazed. So, I know that going into it, but I got a feeling a lot of the colors I'm not going to be feeling. I mean, 2020 colors, I didn't
Nah,
feel a lot of those. The 2021s didn't really excite
same
me
bike, different color. That's the problem, though. You know, it's the same bike, different color.
unless you get a vivid black. It's the same bike, same color,
So,
different year.
yeah, yeah, true,
A
true.
vivid black street glide is still a
Yep.
vivid black street
It's
glide.
same
Doesn't
color.
matter what year it is.
Yeah, they've had that color back when it started.
And they'll never get rid of it
No,
because it's their staple. And I don't blame them.
it's a popular color.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah, that's right. A black, vivid black. Last one I had was a Murillo Sunglow. You know what the pain in the ass thing is? Trying to get that paint matched.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's what sucked about it. I'm like, I had Advent black bags on it, and they couldn't match the paint. They couldn't do it at that
Really?
time. Now they can, but back then I didn't realize that who I was talking to, and it was Alan I was talking to. I didn't know who he was at the time, and yeah, he said, "Oh, we're working on it." Yeah, I sold a bike, and then all of a sudden I sell it, and they have the capability of getting that paint match. I'm like,
all right, we're at 4 hours at this
all right,
point.
buddy.
So everybody, I'm going to say good night.
Good night.
Thank you for coming. I appreciate it.
Doc, thanks for having me.
Yeah, my
Appreciate
pleasure.
it.
I don't know what Sunday's video is going to be. I got nothing going on in here to do a video. So it's going to be interesting to see what my video is going to be. So
I'm sure you'll come up with something.
I hope so.
Yeah.
And, you
Like
know,
I said, I was thinking of, maybe heading your way this weekend. I don't know. But
well, if you do, let me know. And if not, you want to head my way, like I said, on the 28th, I'm going to the museum in Newburgh.
I will be going to a hockey game, I think, that day or the day in that time. And then provided by weather too, Yes, we gotta watch the weather here. Yep. But it looks good so far. So, hey man, I'm knocking on wood, buddy. I'm taking it. You want to get it, I'll take those 30-degree, 27-degree days, warms up to 40 and back down. I'm good with that. I'll do that all day long.
Yeah, exactly.
No
so
and the bikes love it too. So, all righty. So
wait, hold on. If you look at the bottom of the screen, there's a scroll. Kirk McGowan won the sunglasses. Sorry. All right, everybody. Live the best life you can. Ride often and ride hard.
Good night.